misfits, one and all, to this episode of Midnight Ranting. Christian versus atheism? What's best for you? Oh my. Where tonight we are watching a video along with our commentary called Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? From the channel GodTvRadio. I had no idea God even needed a radio. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some fun, even if you don't like sacrificing your firstborn son. Just not on the sheets. Oh my God, always on the sheet. That's right. I want to thank everyone out there for joining us on the intertubes. I can't believe it travels so fast. Please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres or join live streams like this one. What is up?
What's up?
Now, we are a skeptic channel, admittedly, including the two schmucks that you see hosting. However, at the end of the video or the opposing view, we will be moving on to an open mic where you can tell us what's on your mind, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just like we were saying. Not on the sheets. AIM. It's all about AIM. This housekeeping is also sponsored by our Patreons over at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, including awesome Patreons like Oz from the Atheist Roundtable.
Thanks, Oz.
Gang, yo, and also youtube.com/The Atheist Roundtable, as well as sending love to Ian Davenport, who once the naturalistic arguments really seem to be triggering the creationist. I will have to say, James, does this look like a watch to you? Does it look?
Not from that angle. No.
Not from that angle, exactly. What you really need to understand is that we find a watch on a giant beach of watches, on a giant watch.
Like a Sandra Bullock?
That it's very watchable. Yes, like on a Sandra Bullock. A flock of Sandra Bullocks, which you can find in our Bible study. Sometimes you have to grow them by the field. But also sending to a grumpy old cuss who every once in a while, when we hear that the earth is 6,000 years old, it just kind of makes us go bleep, bleep, bleep. Because, no, really, you can definitely make a star system in 6,000 years old. All you need to do, James, have you ever heard of the magic system? The poof it into existence system?
The poof model, yeah.
The poof model, exactly.
Yeah. It works. It works.
It works. In fact, that is my best. They're always like, well, it's a God. He could do everything. So technically, he could do insert miracle, right? Well, yes, because you have literally given him the superpower of do anything. So sure, he can, I guess, do anything. Do you have evidence?
Do anything.
Good evidence. But also sending love to Diana Swift, 3 princesses in 1. Ooh,
thank you, Diana.
We both know how well that the Abrahamic religions, their track record of treating 51% of the other species. And of course, they get it wrong in the old Bible because women come first, especially if you're a decent husband or wife. What are we talking about? Sending love, and also sending love to
Hey, Pat. Thank you.
The resident archaeology of the house. And also, he's done many episodes of Talk Skeptic to me, as well as we are in the pre-production as another one. So stay tuned. And also, if you want your Pat right now, well, you can actually find him at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_ with the fantastic, lovely, and amazing Biddy Buddha. Actually, I'm keeping this because I think there are certain things I think we're going to have to take a look at. In fact, Dale Pastel would actually like to find us some empirical evidence. And they say it goes in two camps. There are some that either say that it is out of the realm of the natural to even try and test supernatural claims. And then there are the fun ones, like these young Earth creationists that decide to quote mine from articles in 1950 that generally are from people who don't believe any of the views that they're sharing. Like quoting Stephen Jay Gould to disprove evolution. No, definitely.
Well, I mean, they stay on the cutting edge of science, so.
Exactly. And we saw that if you were recently watching, because it was a big pet peeve. Every one of Dr. Dino's debates, he just loves the cutting edge 1964 articles. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while, you have one from a very recent, like a 2000s. And if that sounds recent to you, I hate to date you. But millennials out there realize that is like saying someone in our time when we were growing up was publishing papers from the 80s. So really, if you have papers that are 20, 30, 40, if you are going after still Darwin at this point, good luck, but please present your own papers and use some, I don't know, journals from the last 5 years. In fact, most academic institutions will want you, especially if you are using cutting edge science, they want the last 5 years.
What you've published in 5 years?
Yeah, well, you want to be presenting or sourcing a lot of recent information. That's not to say, especially if you're using historical fields, you're an archaeologist, an anthropologist, you're going to want to use things that are probably a little bit older, but these people aren't telling us about the history of a group of people. They are saying this is how the universe came to be, how life diversified. And so our standards are going to be a little bit higher.
Well, it's a little challenging for them when they get all their basis for their theory on an old book.
James, I don't know if you know this, but did you know that a book says a thing?
Said it did, yeah. And I'll try to make that fit with science.
Exactly. Once again, we can't really fit this in the test tube, but we can keep on trying. But thank you. That's right, baby. Thank you, Dale Pastel. And also, thank you, Dave Gar, who reminds us that, well, the Quran, the Bible, which would be the Torah and the Gospel Accord, and Paul and all that, well, it points to flat Earth. And I don't know, looks kind of roundish to me. It looks a little thick.
Even though there were people, even at that time, who knew better, who figured out the Earth was round, but the Bible doubled down on that. So did the Quran. Said no, forget about all that crazy science. It's flat, looks flat. Turn around, looks flat.
What we get is them saying, like, Revelation says that a war will happen. And, well, has a war happened? Basically science.
I mean, a dragon with 10 heads and 15 horns. And one horn went away. And what do you do with that? I mean,
What? Sending love. Sending love to the lead hyena of the pack. And sending also love to the place that he hangs out on. First of all, Speed of Sounds, Anthers and Atheism. But Scott Duke! Sending love to Scott Duke. Because consistently. Well, first of all, hyenas have had bad PR since the original Lion King cartoon, which, I'm a fan of. And yet, it's bad. They're not bad guys. They're fantastic. And animals also, speaking of poofing, which may end up being a theme of a night, they weren't poofed here for your existence. And I'm not trying to go all PETA on you. I mean, literally weren't poofed. And you were like, oh my God, it's raining pigs. Please, we need to go in our cabin so one doesn't hit us in the face.
I thought you would say it's raining men.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Don't try to flatter me.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Anyway, sending love to Scott Duke and also sending love to Regos, who reminds us that the Bible, that thing that the Christians attach themselves to the Old Testament, the Torah, the Tanka, leeches a little bit. Definitely. They want to be, we're pointing to the older religion, because in religion, you only get street cred for some reason the older you go. If you're a newer religion, you want to point to something older because that's the way it works for whatever reason. And yet in science, once again, if class is in session, cite your sources. They better be recent. Or relevant. Recent, relevant. But also, sending love. Thank you so much, Regis.
Thanks, Regis.
Once again, we had another interfaith couple getting a stab to stab in our last Bible study. In fact, I say an interfaith couple. I mean, not to be topical. And it was just by coincidence.
Several.
But it was a whole
nations
genocide.
Of people. Yeah, yes. Several nations of people getting killed.
That word, by the way, coined from the original Armenian genocide. Oh, what a good time. Though I guess apparently, if you're playing track, I guess God coined that concept, way before. Ooh.
He got the copyright on that.
He got the copyright, but he had to destroy a tower and destroy our language, so we didn't know what the fuck to call it.
That's true.
Well, last, but certainly not least, sending love to Rachel.
Thanks, Rachel.
Copyright. Oh no, YouTube guys, no, I'm okay. I'm taking it. I'm just kidding. Sending love to everyone out there. Reminding us that the good book, and it is good, I imagine, because it says it in the title, would never promote, owning people as property against their consent. That would be terrible and objectively wrong. But, they would get that. They'll probably get that right. It's probably in the 10 Commandments. Or they had 600. Somewhere in that 600. I mean, they got to touch it.
But the Bible doesn't say it's objectively wrong, so if objective morality is based on the Bible, then
Oh, and I love that. Whether you are, because I find myself someplace in the middle, but whether you believe in
as usual,
or I can't like to get
she can't help it.
Whether you believe in subjective or objective morality, I always find the claim that a God, well, it's almost a paradox. Because it would mean anything according to the subjective mind, because that's what minds are. They're subjective, would make the law. I almost became Yiddish for a second. The law. And something horrible, and they always add a clause like, well, God would never do something horrible. Well, according to who? To you? To what apparently drowning people doesn't count. So...
horrible based on his definition of horrible. There you go.
But yes, I always find it's like this loophole They're always like, of course, you can't have your subjective thing is just on your feelings, but who you really need to care is the floating feelings in the sky. That's who really cares about whether you have butt sex or not. Oh, good to know.
You're
that
offending
definitely
him.
Makes it irrational and objective.
You're offending him, Amy. That's
offending. Oh, I know. Blasphemy. That's another good topic that we should cover. Just general blasphemy. And then we can then maybe even brass down the blasphemy laws and all whole sorts of other things. Because there is nothing more ridiculous than blasphemy laws.
The God is not mocked, Amy.
He isn't, unless you do it right now. Ha ha, you're such a silly God. That doesn't exist. If so, as Carlin would say, may he strike the audience dead.
Are they still there?
I'm just kidding. Are you still there? There you go. Okay. We'll be fair. May he strike the host dead. Nah, nothing? I don't know, Georgie. Looks like that's 2 times and God still isn't showing up.
Well, God damn it.
I know, but I do want to send love to all of our Patreons along with our mods, the people in chat, and of course, viewers like you who make this channel even possible. And I will send love to everyone out there in chat as well as all of your tags. But before we go into the opposing view,
which
is spicy, but we like the spice. In fact, he who controls the spice controls the universe, or so they say. Christian versus atheism. What's best for you? Well, atheism. I think we can pack up and go home now. Right? Actually, while we're on the subject, definitely not Christianity. That's because we cannot kill a dude just so our bad deeds go away. I cannot repeat this enough. The concept of a scapegoat is the stuff of nightmares. Somehow, Christians think that going from slitting a goat's neck to nailing a human to wood is an improvement. After all, it's a one-time deal. You nail the rabbi up, and then you can fuck that cute secretary or wife notices you eyeballing. As long as you ask for forgiveness afterwards. From Jesus, my yoga teacher. Does anyone notice that killing someone and using their blood is a form of blood magic? As in, it hasn't rained in a really long time. It can't be that we possibly live in a desert. Maybe what we really need to do is slaughter Lamb Chop and put his hemoglobin on the door to stave away the wrath of a loving God. Or excite a kinky vampire. Either or. Of course, this is all cleaned up now that 9-inch nails solve the problem, which almost makes sense since Trent Reznor can solve anything. The logic we get is that the stuff we get from bad guys in a Jordan Peele film. Don't you get it, guys? We're not just killing anyone. That would be evil and stupid. We're killing someone who's perfect. He's so good that his death washed away Applegate. You know, the whole Adam and Eve event with a talking snake. Let me tell you, folks, if you ever meet if you ever meet a group of people spreading blood on an altar or telling you to hoist the sacrifice upwards, run. Because when someone asks me, Christian versus atheism, what's best for you? All I can think about is hell. A concept that beyond Hollywood movies, I was not raised with. The Old Testament God, for how big of a douche that he is, lets you die. The horror film ends. But with the New Testament, the adventure has just begun. And if you don't make it into heaven, what awaits is eternal torture and pain. Sometimes just for the crime of not believing that they existed. Once again, Auschwitz-level torture chambers for supposedly evildoers like the crime of not being convinced on bad evidence. Not only is this irrational, but it's no God I want to be pen pals with, let alone a personal relationship or worship. Atheism may not come with a preset worldview, but once you drop the religious dogma, the baggage goes with. That's because forgiveness does not come from a God or a Jesus. No priest, pastor, or prophet can take away any imaginary sin of offending a deity. We must seek forgiveness only from other people and ourselves. Each day growing and hoping to do better than the day before, to help make this society a better place to live in. No ritualistic human sacrifice needed. Thank you. Whew. And all right, I don't know, James, we're putting I would say they like to call it Judaism 2.0. We're putting the Gospels in the hot seat versus a non-believing world set. What do you think?
Well, so how's everybody doing? Thank you guys for those who watched the debate for the kind words. It was a lot of fun. And this gentleman, Mr. Brett Keane, he's a guy that I'd actually haven't heard anything from in quite a while. I didn't know he was back on YouTube until he came in the side chat during the debate and then came in the after show.
Kinky, you have permission.
Yeah, not for me. Did you give him permission?
No, I didn't.
So he's been a naughty boy then, right?
Very naughty.
Yeah. And he decided to run his mouth, so we decided to take a look at his channel, and lo and behold, he's a mainline Christian again. When I first encountered this individual, a little over year and a half ago, he was one of Smokey Saint's cadre. He was a regular guest on the show. He was a mainline Christian at the time. Then he kind of had a falling out with Smokey. It became something called a Moutheist, where he thinks God is real, but he's an asshole. He doesn't care about humanity. Then he became a mainline Christian again. Then he became some kind of heavily metaphorical deist seeker, I guess you could say. And now apparently he's back to mainline Christianity again. And he's apparently discovered Kent Hovind during that time. So he's parroting a lot of Kent Hovind talking points and repeating things that I don't think even Kent Hovind takes seriously, like spamming. Are you dumb enough to think you came from a rock during the debate with Kent Hovind? Obviously, I'm not going to stop the debate to entertain Brett Keane, who, by the way, was that about a year ago, a little over a year ago, with his old account that got booted off YouTube, he made a video saying atheists were mentally defective. Now, he had asked Smokey Saint before to try and find him an atheist to debate, and I said, I'll debate him, because listening to his arguments, he didn't know anything. I mean, his arguments were bad. I mean, when say bad, really bad, like very low tier theist arguments. Basic of the basic. It's hard to believe he was ever an atheist, because if that's what convinced him, I don't know what to tell him. But so I said, yeah, hey, would you like to debate atheism versus Christianity? If you think we're mentally defective, then step up to the plate. You'll win that debate, right? And then he, maybe on Discord. So why not on YouTube? So more people can see it. Then what did he say? He said, well, I only debate atheist. I'll debate you, but first you have to tell me how the universe can come from nothing and how life can come from non-life. Oh, really? That's it. That's all I have to do, Brett. Answer questions that nobody has ever been able to answer, and that's what you want? So I assumed he was running away from the debate at that point, and then he really wanted me to answer those questions, and yeah, that's where the conversation ended. But I hate to punch down on this guy, because I think he's probably had a lot of pain in his life. Like Amy said last time we mentioned him, he seems like he's had some rough circumstances. You hate to punch down, but the man, he's so arrogant and he is so clueless. I mean, yeah, I don't know what much else I can say about the guy, but he really has no business even discussing the subject. Should probably be, I don't know, doing crossword puzzles or something, not making serious theological, philosophical arguments on YouTube, because he's just going to embarrass himself. But if that's what he wants to do, then let him knock himself out. Let's take a look at this guy.
Mm-hmm.
At some of these hard-hitting theological arguments that he's going to put forward. I'm sure a man of very mediocre intellect who fancies himself a intellectual, a philosopher. But I think, as we're going to see, he's neither of the
two. And what I will say, before we're about to get into the other side, I just want to say that I went back and forth whether we should, because you want to know who you're platforming, even if it's an opposing view. And what really set me over to this is I feel like this person is becoming a Kent Hovind young earth creationist acolyte. And that really is the bane of a lot of what we talk about on this channel, because we can have a lot of philosophical, you can even say theological disagreements. But once we get down to science and what is true, and you are just basically spouting nonsense, that's talk about misinformation, subjects that we teach in middle school that should be well understood. And
someone like Kent Hovind, just to say real quick.
Absolutely.
Someone like Kent Hovind doesn't understand evolution because he doesn't want to understand it. He wants to peddle misinformation. He wants to peddle. He doesn't want to get it. Well, someone like Brett Keane, unfortunately, I don't think has the intellectual capacity to get it. And I'm sorry, I hate to sound like I'm being mean to the guy, but
all I would say is that these people like Ken Hovind, they have been taught by the best people in the world, and so they don't know it by kind of choice. Well, we'll let you decide. With that, we are going to start the ranting, because tonight we are watching a video called Christian vs. Atheism, What's Best for You, from the channel GodTvRadio. But keep sending in your comments, questions, and one-liners to us at chat at Amy Newman. Though, James, are you ready for some sacrificial fun?
Let's do it.
Our bodies are ready.
Roast that manatee.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the Alpha and the Omega.
Sorry, I thought the acid had kicked in.
And the lost.
This is from a guy who's been in and out of Christianity like 5 times in the past year. Now he's really sure about it. He's really sure this time.
And it's why skepticism is so important. It's why you don't want to be changing your beliefs every 5 minutes. And, I imagine to him it's not 5 minutes. He's saying, this is my whole life. I've been struggling through this throughout years. But, I mean, going back to the sacrificial lambs. And once again, that sounds good to them.
It comes down to why you're changing your belief. And if he ever was really an atheist, then he became a Christian. I'm sure he had no good reason to become a Christian, because he's never presented us with any good reason. But I think he leaves Christianity because he expects God to solve all his problems. When that doesn't happen, he just gets mad.
That tries to lend them street cred to like the non-believers. Like, I was an atheist too, just like the pillow I have beside me. I am an inner circle atheist. James is too. We apparently had to throw babies into a volcano to become that, but it is just very interesting going from, I would say, a God that you think is evil. In fact, another video coming soon, I think, is going to be on whether a good God can make a hell, because hell, once again, is a triggering concept for me. But let's jump into the fun and apparently our visual effects from the 80s. We got this.
Music from the 80s, too.
Which many probably, I mean, the joke is always you start out like a band where you get accused of selling Satan, and then eventually you're selling life insurance. And it's just funny because that music probably would have been condemned years ago. But it's for the good news.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane from GodTvRadio. I hope you're all having a blessed day. I've had Christians lie to me. I've caught Christians in so much hypocrisy. I've seen Christians do terrible things historically.
Okay.
I have been friends with Christians who've lied directly to my face when I know 100% that what they're telling me or what they're saying to me is false.
People lie? No.
They're going to do things for me.
Well, if someone said they've lied, does that mean they're a liar? If you've told the truth once, Does that mean you're a
You know,
truth sayer?
You know what he just said? I have had Christians tell me they're going to do things for me, and they don't do it. And that's probably why in the past he took his ball and went home from left Christianity, because the Christians said they were going to give me money, and they didn't give me money.
And
So
I
I'm
have
not
to
going to be a
say,
Christian anymore. It's
spoiler alert, but he one of his big complaints is like atheism doesn't give community, and he spends a good preamble complaining how shitty Christians are as a community.
have sympathy on me,
Except for
please,
freak.
please have sympathy on me.
I think clearly James won because he had truth and reality on his side. So it's much easier just, take people to town. And I loved all the pot shots. So many complaining of the creationists that why would you go after my religious views? This is supposed to be a science, evolution.
Well, you talk about the debate?
Yeah, but the only reason you don't believe in evolution and the Big Bang and insert whatever scientific theory is because of your religious views.
And let me just say on that topic is that, yeah, what Amy said is true. That's why he doesn't believe. But also, Ken Hovind integrates a lot of preaching into his presentation. He quotes the Bible numerous times. He makes it one of the pillars of his presentation. So he's the one who's opening the door and using it as an opportunity to preach. And yeah, I get it. 99% of the time, the atheist completely ignores the religion. They only go after the science. But that's not how he approaches the debate. He approaches it as an opportunity to preach. So I think that's fair game. If he's going to make those claims, then I can say why I don't think they're valid.
Yep, which we are. As you join us, everyone, for Christian versus Atheism, what's best for you? It's like a menu.
I've had a lot of Christians who have failed me. They've disappointed me. They have done a lot of stuff.
You want to be a Christian, ladies and gentlemen.
When I first started doing the whole Christian gig, I remember thinking to myself, wow,
I know.
Is this really worth all the trouble?
Quiet, but he's saying the quiet
because I'm going to be getting hit from two different sides of the angle here, or both sides of the aisle, perhaps is the best way to put it. Should I? Now, Christianity, it's got this really interesting thing about it that atheism doesn't seem to provide. It provides supposedly a community. I haven't seen much of that. That never turned out well at all. Fellowship.
So, guess we'll just knock that off of the one thing that religion really almost has going for it. I mean, when you're in the in group, it's fantastic.
Has he
in the out group? But
has he ever been like a member of a church? I mean, if that's all you want, and I've actually heard of atheists who go to church just for that community. They don't believe any of it, but just for the community aspect of it. I mean, you couldn't find one church where people would be nice to you. I don't get it. I mean, there are a lot of nice Christians out there. I mean, I've gone to churches where there were nice people when I was a Christian. It's not like you can't find nice people who will.
And honestly, I don't know how best to say this, but you pick the church. I mean, if you live in a small town and you don't have access to driving, then absolutely. Then you may be in a situation. But if you are an adult in a suburban to city, you have no excuse to not have a religious community. Really, is that what we lack in America? Is too many churches? That's what please, you can find often the First Baptist and the Second Baptist. Go pick the flavor that you want.
Episcopal, Lutheran, Catholic, Orthodox, millions of churches out.
It's like Baskin Robbins. Pick whatever you want. It's your cafeteria, and I almost assume I am painting very, very big, but it's almost very rare that I find someone that is a true literalist. Even the fundamentalists don't want to follow all of that. And oftentimes I'm glad. I don't want them to be, because if you saw some of the things in their holy books, they would be, committing genocide, but only from the nations around them. So not that really a big deal.
That's it.
I will say, Pine Creek's poof or drown is solidified in my head because there is only two options. There is you are more moral than God, or you're going to have to admit that letting everyone's lungs fill with water is the more moral thing to do. The pain is actually the suffering. Whew. Thank you so very much, Ian. Sending so much love.
Thanks, Ian.
Sending love to all of you out there as we continue to move forward in Christian versus atheism. Love, Rachel. As well, I'm learning about Brett Keane. I don't only want to say, I always feel weird saying their names too much because it feels like you want the credit, come on here. But
I'm sure that if I were to attend some kind of church or some kind of function in my local area, I'd find some community and I'd probably find some people to identify with, but not in social media.
Oh,
there was a YouTuber recently. He also uses BitChute named Steppenwolf or Sledgehammer or some crap. TTOR made a video about him. You guys should check out TTOR's channel, subscribe and all that. He talked about one of the reasons why the churches seem to be collapsing in America. I don't know if many of you know this, but it's not the first time that Christianity's had some serious problems. Back in the time of Stalin and Adolf Hitler and Stalin were atheists. They hate.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember Godman Unz being on whose belt buckles? In fact,
Godman Unz, yeah.
Hitler was openly leaning towards Protestantism.
He was opposed to
atheism. So he had professed Protestantism. He aligned himself with the Catholic Vatican, who celebrated his birthday many years
treaties with the Catholic Church,
and then may have had secret paganistic Norse type of views,
esoteric type of
German mythology,
beliefs.
And yet all of those are theist. Like they're not even
atheism.
Deist or pantheist or any of the like Enlightenment values. Those
certainly
are all
not
the
atheism.
gods who care. Once again, not to be on theme, but what you put up your butt.
Certainly not atheism. Exactly. So just the fact that the fact that Stalin was an atheist, that had nothing to do with his policies, because most atheists don't do things like that. So you could be an authoritarian communist and be an atheist or theist. It doesn't matter.
And the Soviet Union had lots of problems for why people died. Like I mean, not to call them idiots, but they were idiots. They were like, hey, maybe we can take all of the farming technology, equipment, and power away from the people who know what they're doing and just we'll take over that shit. And
trying to centralize it.
Starved and died. But that's not because of atheism. Humans. But we also send in love out there. Because if you would like to join us in the Twitchosphere also, we are growing no matter what platform you are in. And sending love to everybody. But if you want your specific comments and one-liners or thoughts read up on screen, keep on tagging us, James W. and myself, at Amy Newman. That's right.
He broke Godwin's law.
The church. They bombed a whole lot of churches. They bombed children's hospitals. They killed countless people. They Nazis, as well as the Stalinists out there, actually killed priests right out in the street and people of God. They mocked them. They embarrassed them. They did humiliating things to believers. They used to hold these court trials where they would basically say, well, where's your God now? Where's your God now? Just the same way as the Columbine kids whenever they were murdering that innocent young girl. Now, you still believe in God? I do.
Well,
see them is basically what
Brett,
they said after they killed.
I think if we took the number of people shot to death by Christians on one side versus atheists on the other side, I think you would notice a very stark disparity. So you're just cherry picking an incident where it happened to be non-believers, but all the other ones, all the other incidents where they do believe in God, we're not going to mention those, right?
Yeah, that would be picky. But I do have to send love out there. I can't help it. I get super excited. Eager TV asks, why do all the YouTube atheists have satanic symbols like the evil eye pentacle behind Amy? And it is a fantastic question. We were just talking about, Christians who used to profess to be atheists, and we do want to send love to Canadian Catholic. He's been on the channel before, and he's always welcome to come on. But he, I think, used to lead it, and I think he started throwing the babies in volcanoes. But as you can see, we are part of the atheist inner circle. You have to do, I assume, very diabolical Satanist things. I mean, that is a very scary, like you were saying, pentagram, and there's an evil eye. I mean, there's probably something about the New World Order in there, because Old World Order doesn't sound kinky. Who wants to be in the Old World Order?
No, Dan, you're probably right. I don't think that I haven't done I haven't read up on the Columbine shooting in a long time. I wouldn't be surprised at all if what he's saying wasn't exactly what was said, or if it's been made up or exaggerated. But yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all.
And I will say, I've always had thoughts about things like that. He goes to very dark moments, could do a whole podcast to that. But there are reasons that I think that those terrible events happen, and none of them have to do with religion. And so we may have to do with better mental health care, with how to reach out to people, especially in let's just be honest, being a teenager sucks.
Yeah.
And so there are ways in which we could probably, with hindsight, unfortunately,
bullying.
Exactly. That lead and isolation, just really feeling like you're alone, talking without a community. I mean, once again, once you're going into politics and all this stuff, I am just voicing my opinion. But I will say, I think what happens is that they have so much anger that they think it'll be the one solution. They'll be like, yeah. And then once it happens, it's so horrifying that I think there isn't many ways out. And so that normally only goes a few different ways. But like I was saying, there are in fact, the only ways to get over these type of events are non-theological ways. Prayers, thoughts and prayers, not going to cut it. Actions speak way louder than words. So, but moving forward, Christian versus atheism. So far, the other side, the opposing view, has only given us reasons not to be a Christian, but I'm sure we'll get there.
Let me tell you guys a little bit about something. If you really want to know my negative thoughts about Christians and my experiences with them, I've had a lot. I've admitted that in video. A lot of them, they do not come through. Some of them do. Some of them are very positive. Some of them are good. But a majority of them do not exist in social media. You'll have to go to some kind of church, just like what I suggested.
You
run into some
people. So get off social media if it's too negative for you.
That's just the way it is.
Can't hear you, Amy.
Oh, once a podcast, ladies and gentlemen, you got to double tap. There's lots of different types of social media that can be vitriolic. And,
it can be harmful.
I keep on saying this. I said this to James. James even said this while we were doing pre-show. because I was getting angry, and James was like, "Yeah, Amy, you see how much you're how much of a olive branch now." And it is true. There was a time where Brett was going across these channels, and it really did seem like he didn't feel like he was within the Christians or within the atheists, and I could feel pain in his voice. And once again, talking about hindsight, I wish I could have just reached out or said something, because this is what has come back to us is a Kent Hovind devotee. I'm not really sure what.
Yes, he discovered Kent
about to
Hovind,
come out of his mouth.
That brought him back to mainline Christianity. Give him a couple months; he'll be something else.
You know what? My true plea, even though this is Christian versus atheism, please just come back to Team Science. Be a deist, be a Maltheist, be a Christian. Just understand that the world is not 6,000 years old. Evolution is a fact, and the Big Bang is the furthest we can go or look back right now. I don't know what else to say. It's not like those aren't my opinions. It's not like Amy and James hour. We're just trying to say, as two schmucks once again,
that's reality.
What the scientists are telling us, that is reality. Yes, exactly.
Yes. But as awful and terrible as Christianity is,
ladies and gentlemen, that's where we are right now. Let's take that in. This is the guy that's about to
Christianity
sell us on it.
sucks.
Exactly. As much as Christianity sucks, wait till you hear about these naughty, naughty non-believers.
As awful and terrible as some of the members of Christianity, liars, thieves, serpents in the church, devils unto themselves.
People. This guy.
If you were to compare what Christianity offers as far as benefit and advantage goes compared to atheism, you'll see that Christianity offers a premium deal compared to that of atheist.
Okay, tell us about this deal, Brett.
Plan. The idea is you were born with no purpose or meaning. You came from nothing. The entire human race.
Number one, incoming a whole bunch of complaints.
Yeah.
You are not owed anything by the universe. Number two, you did not come from nothing. They always make fun of us when we're like, you did come from sex. You understand that? Two naughties running together. I don't know what to tell you, but
maybe he's talking about like the original root.
Hey, well, and the funny
going
thing
back,
is, even
I don't
the
know
Big
what he's trying to say.
Bang, there was not nothing. It seems to be at whatever irregularities there were in the universe is where we ended up with the pockets of the hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium, and then those hydrogen clouds just coalesced. But all of the stuff was already there. The Big Bang is an expansion event. It's not an actual explosion. It is.
It was not in the classic sense.
Was not shooting metal rounds in multiple directions to hit a target. But
there's so little that, or so much that we still have to learn about it. It's just silly what he's trying to say about it. How he's trying to describe it when there's so much we don't know about it, and he knows even less than that about it.
I'm gonna be honest. I really thought that said you were in one of the hosts tonight, and then it's like in the Navy, but no. Another thing we have to do on Scientology, just because of how much of a failed military officer that he was and was kicked out and dishonorably discharged, and so he had an obsession with creating the
Sea Org.
He created
his
own navy where people sign billion with a B year contracts. Makes total sense, ladies and gentlemen. Religion. So why is this picture of Wish.com, Dog the Bounty Hunter? I know he has an image conflict because once again, he used to be, I swear, at least I don't remember him from when he was an atheist, and I currently don't remember him from when he was a Maltheist. But that at least makes sense, because if you were convinced that the Abrahamic God was true and that he was a dick, I would understand it. I don't think you have good evidence that the Abrahamic God is true, and yet, I don't know, from reading the text, he does seem like an a-hole. What's up, Peter? Sending love.
We see Peter, yeah.
That's right. And that's right. Sending love to Mubarak, who is actually just sending love to everyone back. Because now I can't help but think of Randolph now. We're just sending love into the universe and spamming those hearts. Just like those Christians, I imagine, spam love to the LGBT community, to other religious denominations, and to apostates. They just love spreading the love.
Nothing but love.
Nothing but love.
Race and all life within this universe came from nothing. That's what they say. So right out the bat, your birth and
Einstein
your very
gets
existence
horribly
has no
abused.
Intrinsic value.
He was
no
a deist.
Objective meaning or purpose.
No, there is
no reason.
No objective meaning. No objective meaning.
Because the universe.
Yeah, he's probably a cultural
dice,
Jew and
you
probably
got the right numbers out of hundreds of trillions to the negative power. How about that?
What did he say the last part?
How about that? We'll go back. We'll do the magic.
Yeah, there you go.
For you to be here, you just got lucky because the universe rolled the dice.
Yes. Once again, first of all, rare events happen all the time in the universe. Number two, it's actually good reasons to why we are here. We are in the circumstellar habitable zone. Water is extremely weird. It's not only is it a fantastic chemical element that can is the solvent for all of the chemical reactions that are going on, but if water froze from the bottom up, life would not exist, because we would have an ice age and it would have killed all of life. And yet, because water freezes from the top bottom, you get this nice crispy layer up here, and then warm water the further down you go.
But it's your frame of reference. You know, if we couldn't be here, we wouldn't be here. We're only here, able to notice that we're here because we are here. Because if we weren't here, we wouldn't notice that we were here, right?
Exactly. It feels the exact same way as before we were born, which was for 4.5 billion years, at least on this planet.
So of course we're here, because if we weren't, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about it, right?
Yeah. It's the puddle analogy. It is natural selection. I don't know what else to call it.
And you got the right numbers out of hundreds of trillions to the negative power.
To the negative power? No.
Also, they love playing with numbers. Remember, folks,
of course they do.
1 out of 1 chance that life arose on Earth.
Well, I mean, Amy, if I told you to pick a number between 1 and 800 quadrillion, and you picked one number, you could say, "Oh, look at that! Of all the numbers she picked, that must have been an act of God. That's so miraculous that you could pick that number."
And yet, people win the lottery every day.
Yeah, unlikely things happen.
Keep on sending in your comments, though, to James W. and myself, Amy Newman. That's right, sinning is winning. Woo-woo! And also, just so you know, Brett has a history of doing things that break YouTube's terms of service. Yo, I noticed that at that song, and I just want to say, as I don't know what to call it, someone who supports a market economy, as long as people don't have monopolies and there's actually some sort of regulation, asterisk into the ground. I'm all for being a content creator, making money off your content because you put in the time and energy. But it's actually not. We joke, and sometimes YouTube does do some dickish stuff, but a lot of times, a lot of the people who break the TOS they're trying to break the T. They know what they're doing. I mean,
yeah,
not always, but give credit. I learned this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just openly say this. I am a gray hat, maybe now leaning almost towards a white hat. I used to be a little bit more gray hat towards black hat, and that I would download content. I would just Tor the shit, Tor, as I would BitTorrent things. I don't do that anymore. I pay for the Adobe programs that have created all this fantastic content because I have slowly come to appreciate how much time and energy it takes to give back to the people that make the tools, make all of the art that makes other art. It's a collaboration. And so please, it's actually not that hard. Give credit. And I know there are outliers. There are companies, the big Borgish companies that take, I'm not defending those people. They're assholes. But what I'm saying is it's really not that hard. We're a PG-13 to R, and yet YouTube seems to think that we're making just jolly good content and we're sending love back out into there in the internet.
He's been kicked off YouTube before. I don't know why he's back, or if they even know that it's him that's back. I don't know.
Yeah, they may not even know that he's back, but just don't use. You can use 5 minute sound or 5 minute. You can use a few minute sound bites. There are even ways. I've seen people who do reviews of movies that, there are ways of doing that shit. But yes, we're watching Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? And he spent really the first chunk of it complaining about Christianity. So now we're getting to him complaining about atheism.
What we don't know.
Because according to atheists, there's no such thing as objective evil or objective good.
Once again, that's a straw man. Atheists are really, I would say, 50-50 split on objective and subjective. You're going to find different atheists answering that question differently, and still all agreeing that there's no good evidence for a God.
This means that all things that happen are natural. If an animal...
No, it doesn't. I don't even know where that's not even
what
the
naturalistic
fallacy.
I think cut off. What do you say?
It said that basically all things are natural under the atheistic worldview. I do believe that's what he said.
How about that? Then it gets worse.
What?
Because according to atheists, there's no such thing as objective evil or objective good. This means that all things that happen are natural.
Yeah, no, that is not true. Once again,
natural? What do you mean?
Well, first of all, natural doesn't mean that it's good. That is the naturalistic fallacy. He didn't give the naturalistic fallacy. He just claimed that all atheists think that everything's natural. Do you think that a computer was James? Do you think we grow computers in the field?
Well, I think he's talking about naturalism, like that all we have is natural processes. I think that's where he's trying to go with it.
If he's just saying we only have the natural world,
I think that's what he's trying to say. But
okay,
which I would say
interpretation. Well, if that's the case, I will agree. We only have the natural world. In fact, I think supernatural is a PR term.
And
let me speak in a language that all the people who are honest would say it's politically correct. You're trying to say it's not it's supernatural. Does that mean it's bigger than large? Does that mean it's 2 scoops of natural?
Big, McLarge, huge.
Yeah.
But I'll even go further than that, and I'll double down and say, there is no objective good or objective bad, because that's my personal opinion. But that's not the opinion of atheism itself, because there is no atheism. There are individual atheists, and they each have different opinions on things like morality and things like that. We just agree that in politics we have a wide range of political views, but we all agree there's no God, or there's no good reason to believe that there is a God.
Exactly. We could break it down into strong and hard and all these different things I want to do with my hands, but really, at the end of the day, we just don't believe in a God.
No objective morality, no objective good or bad. Everything is subjective.
Amaretta's like paying for things. And I don't know who cares. They always try and God is a mega dick Cumberpatch. Oh my God, I love him. He's one of my favorite actors. Benedict Bumbertickle. Oh my God. But yeah, we are listening to Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? As we recent convert, because he's been going back and forth on his religious views, and he's just really went. I was about to say, I hate to say the Kool-Aid, but it is the Kool-Aid. I mean, if you believe that murdering someone will get you out of anything, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
If an animal rapes a younger animal, to them, this is natural. This is a part of evolution.
Once again, now you are doing the naturalistic fallacy, because you're right, Brett. Rape is a natural thing that occurs, a horrible natural thing that we need to spend time and energy trying to prevent. That is why arsenic is natural and we shouldn't drink it.
But I mean, the thing is that when you're talking, he's talking about the animal world, and you're about regulating behaviors in the animal world. That's nature and humanity are completely different concepts. We know we can't go out in nature and regulate all the conduct that takes place in nature. It doesn't mean we allow humans to be treated that way, you know?
I agree. In fact, sometimes we use nature as the guide for what we don't want. We go, ooh, that looks terrible. We should probably not have that happen.
I mean, like, bad things happen all the time in nature.
Murder is a completely natural thing. It's a completely horrible thing to once again reiterate.
So when the tiger kills the warthog to eat it, he's not being evil, because that is what he is. He's a tiger. He's got to eat, just like you have to eat. But they don't have stores they can go to.
Decision, exactly.
Yeah, it's not based on morality. They don't have the concept of morality, because that alone is a human concept, at least as far as we can understand it.
Yeah. Ooh, if I didn't say hello already, I saw him. Roger Schrum just sending love to you again.
Hey, Roger.
And also, I see Coffee. What is up? Shane Billowitz, Materialist Dan. Everybody out there hanging with us. Christian versus Atheism.
Manatee roast.
Best for you. Yeah.
Part of the way life is. If a stronger animal kills a smaller animal, well, that's just the way it is. It's the rule.
Misunderstanding of survival of the fittest. If you have great camouflage, you don't need to be strong.
If you're stronger, if you're tougher than the weak, well, they just hold you back. They slow you down. To kill them is more of a benefit, an advantage, than keeping around an old animal or a wounded animal.
And by the way, Brett, this is the same thing that happens under theism. Because, okay, you're saying, oh, there's a God, but look, all these bad things happen in the animal kingdom. So why doesn't God go and make sure all the animals are nice to each other, and no animal hurts another animal, and everything is happy and nice, and no animals get sick and die? But that's reality, Brett. It happens in the natural world. Atheist, theist, it doesn't matter. That's the reality that we live in. You don't have to like it, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, a lot of this, I hate to say, it sums up to, you need to be an adult, Brett. I don't know, like, oh boy, we die. Yes, yeah, no, I mean, that
sucks.
It sucks. No other way around saying that. But there's also not only is there no good evidence that our consciousness would go after we're dead. There's no good reason, which is really what gets me. There's really no good reason for a God except for the plot device of creating us. And there's no good reason for the afterlife except for our own consciousness. And I know
you're like, we don't want to die.
That's our own consciousness. No. Speaking of naturalistic things and being on another one of my pet peeves, no. Your consciousness is there for your body. It's there because your cells are like, we need some nami foods or we're going to die. What is up, Dale?
Glad you liked it. But I mean this thing. So when the cheetah takes down the baby wildebeest, oh yeah, oh look at that, so terrible because it's picking on the baby because it's so young and small and can't defend itself and it doesn't have a chance to get away. That's nature. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but evolution has factored those in. That's why certain animals have lots of babies, very short gestation periods, like rabbits. They have a lot of babies so that unfortunately some of them are going to get killed by predators. That's the world that we live in. But you know what? Evolution takes that into account. And if it didn't, the animals wouldn't exist. And that's the beauty of evolution.
That is the payoff. That is why rabbits are stereotyped as humping all the time, because they need to make more bunnies or they will not exist. And so they do that. Also, you don't need to be that intelligent to be prey. You just need to be fast. You need to have a mechanism. You could fly. You could swim.
Right.
You can have lots of different methods of survival. And to be a predator, you do need to have like a lion,
cunning,
a tiger, a bear. You do need to have, because you need to be able to predict. You need to say, I'm going to chase the ram. The ram is going to be scared, and I'm going to go this way instead of this way so I can sending love out there. What is up? I will say, can you join? I'm going to say that I want to Karavaka, however your name is, I love it. And can you join?
Sounds like a biblical name.
You absolutely can. We are going to be just getting through this video. It's not terribly long. We normally do like hour-long videos. This is like a 20-minute. So we're going to be getting through this video, and then we are going to be heading into the open mic. And we actually want views that disagree with our own. We will give you all the time in the world as long as it's a conversation. Because all the time in the world doesn't mean no one can go off for 20 minutes. Hopefully not even.
Keep in mind,
the atheists got Donald excited
that we are all animals.
I saw him sending love, Don.
So for them, if
we are animals,
human gets killed.
Another triggering point. I mean, holy moly. We are animals.
We are animals.
And I really do need to solidify this into either a proper syllogism or whatever, a formal argument, because I really want to solidify the we went to the moon fallacy. The we went to the moon fallacy basically goes, well, I know that we came from God because we went to the moon. I know that we're special because we went to the moon. Like, no. Yeah. It doesn't matter that we did fantastic, amazing things. That means that we are actually, our niche is tool makers. And that it just turns out that our niche is really, really good. Just turns out that tools are pretty kick-ass and allow us to do all sorts of different things. But it doesn't make us like morally better. It doesn't like just weird concept.
Evolution is only concerned with your ability to survive in your environment. That's it. That's all that it is concerned with. So if the fact that it gave humans a high degree of intelligence, the ability to make tools and figure things out, has propelled us to great heights. There's the dolphin brain is actually in some ways designed better, more efficient than the human brain, but you can't build anything with fins. They're great for navigating through the water, but you can't make anything with them. So it's limited what they can do. But humans are not inherently better than them. We just, if you want to say we got lucky, Brett, we got lucky, but that's the reality of it.
Well, it's also because we are these little intelligent tool makers, and then we should value being intelligent tool makers, and so should every other animal. And it's
we have empathy.
That's our thing. Yeah. But it's like, does a sea slug want to do philosophy? Like, you're really pushing your views onto it.
Oh, like remember when the rabbi said, "Oh, look at that poor sun. It can't dance or listen to music, or, how great are we? Well, look at the sun, so big, but it's never heard a song or it's never danced."
Anthropomorphizing is one of the main reasons I think we have religion. I mean, it is very analogous to Thor with Odin, in that I think they're just pushing it a step back. We used to think that gods made thunder and lightning. Now people think that gods made the universe. I really don't see any reason why a being would make any sort of natural law ever, or any sort of natural phenomena.
Some deity, just imagine just sitting, you've existed for eternity, and you know what? I need to create lesser beings to worship me.
Yeah, that's the other weird thing.
I mean,
it doesn't matter what time scale. It also 6 days, but was it an eternity lasting before? Was it just those 6
apparently,
days? Because if it was just those 6 days, isn't God as old as us? Aren't we as old as God? He's basically
he's outside time, Amy. He's outside of time. How old is he? He's not any old. He's outside of time.
Yeah, religion isn't great on logistics.
Yeah.
Well, that's just the way life works. That's just nature.
Yep.
Yep.
They don't have any tenants.
Deal with it.
Jungle
and deal with it hopefully in a healthy way and with other people. I mean, I feel bad because he's basically saying, well, you're just telling me that we're going to live, breathe, and die. I don't know what to tell you.
This sums up what I like to call the bummer fallacy. Like, wouldn't it suck if there was no God? Wouldn't it be terrible if this was all there is and there was no other grand purpose to life, or there was nothing bigger than ourselves, and we don't have a top-down purpose given by a deity? Well, if you think that's a bummer, okay, but we still don't have any evidence for that being. If you want to fantasize and engage in delusion and pretend that there is, you're welcome to do that, but don't think other people are going to find it to be intelligent.
And they call it a being, an agent. And they use that word being to equivocate. They go from a being, as in an agent, to just being, just existing, man. Don't we just exist? That is two totally different things.
Tribalistic view that we should do unto others as we want done unto ourselves.
Don't need that religion.
There is no vocal contract with a majority of human beings. The planet didn't sit down one day and say,
have you ever heard of
okay,
countries?
We need to treat each other nice and good. That's not how it worked out.
How did it work out, Brett?
People behave positively and do good is because a long time ago, religion was founded. And religion wanted...
What a nonsense claim. Why did people started doing good? Because religion. Oh, yeah. We were all just killing each other, and then religion came along, and then everyone
pacified.
Was just totally and
pacified
to be honest
the masses.
with you, James, there hasn't been a war since. So I'm just glad that that came true.
I mean, there have been wars all throughout history. How many of them have been about religious differences? And what religion, Brett? Because are you saying all religions are the same? Because you just said religion came around and everything's been hunky-dory since then. But which religion do you credit? All of them?
What is up, Bubblegum Gun?
The concept of religion? I don't know. He fired the first shots, Bubblegum Gun, so he earned it.
And especially with all these Ken Hovind talking points, or I mean, why even call them Ken Hovind? They're just with all these young Earth creationist talking points.
Silliness.
Exactly.
To be able to stop all this nastiness and disgustingness that humanity is wrong for. If you were to look into Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, it all teaches that mankind is filthy. It's terrible.
Once again,
that is a terrible teaching.
Why you should not believe in any of the Abrahamic religions. Also, I notice he's doing a little. He kind of has like Judaism and Islam is kind of right, but Christianity is they're more right.
Well, you see, this is where they come in and they tell you that you're sick, and then they offer to sell you the cure for your ailment. They're telling you, no, 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 you in your natural state, you're filthy, you're nasty. There's something wrong with you, and I know what can fix you, and
yeah,
it's really
just got to
so
get on your knees.
Yeah.
I saw Peter says, "Oh, excuse me." Sponsored by Sugar Salty Water. The difference between me and God, he's outside of time. I usually run out of time.
not in time.
Not in time. Also, sending love. Wonderful, fantastic. Nick, youtube.com/in time. Often on
I
time.
don't think Peter will be happy.
Oh, we'll send love. Also, go to youtube.com.
Gonna go for it.
Gonna go for it, as well as youtube.com/atheist junior and youtube.com/rnraw. We can't help it because, you would almost say we have an atheist roundtable here.
Yeah, kinda. We try to build community among atheists.
And once again, that is the irony. Like, these guys will never stop schisming. They will never stop having to take sides and go on theological, metaphorical holy wars, where I have found almost consistently, which is funny. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist, agnostic, just a non-believer. Once you drop so much of that baggage, do you think gays should be married? Yeah, I see no reason not to. I don't know why. Oh, you don't have a God that tells you? No God that tells you the two men or two women. Oh,
Hey,
well,
Mark.
there you go. Baggage gone. What is up, Mark? Dun, dun, dun. Sending love to Mark Reed, who has done many fantastic debates on this channel that you should check out. And, well, we just need to make more debates. We've only had good reviews. I'm trying responses from the people that have watched the debates. And so we really do need to do more. I think I've been saying this. Need to set up like a list. And so we can collect the obvious, a lot of atheists that I'm sure are sending love. Come and join us. Come
it's hard to get.
And then some theists. We got around.
Hard to get rational theists to come on.
I know. And it's so funny. The theists that we do, sometimes, it gets a little spicy from even our community, because it is a responsibility that even though we are, we're taking pot shots. I think James and I, we sometimes worry who we platform. So we hope that we are only shedding light because sometimes that is the best antidote to darkness.
We're warmongers. We like to hurt each other. We're greedy. We're selfish.
Oh my God! Let's just go 1, 2, 3. It's only 10 seconds every time.
Is wrong for. If you were to look into Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, it all teaches that mankind is filthy. It's terrible.
Horrible view.
We're warmongers. We like to hurt each other.
Can you imagine a salesman coming to you and being like, I have a great guide for you. It teaches that we are just horrible, horrible people from the moment you're born. What a great sales pitch.
And the truth is that nobody is always good 100%, or nobody's 100% bad. Everybody is a different shade of in between the two, and as many bad people there are out there, people who are mostly bad, there are people who are mostly good. Most people don't go around killing, robbing, and maiming other people. Doesn't mean they're perfect, but most people don't engage in wanton violence against other people.
Can paraphrase a good quote. Good people doing good, that's normal. Bad people doing bad, That's also normal. But
Yeah.
good people doing bad, that takes religion.
Each other, we're greedy, we're selfish, we are disgusting in every single way possible. And that's the reason why Christianity offers the Messiah a benefit.
True.
It says we're all bad. All Christians.
We gotta meet people where they are. We have to accept people into our community that are good. We have to, try and look out for negative, toxic people that would do us wrong. It doesn't matter whether we are atheist or theist.
All atheists are absolutely terrible to the core, and only through the blood of Jesus Christ and his grace can you be saved.
And that's a stupid thing to believe in. It's really, really dumb to believe in that. And Amy said it before, that all the bad things you've ever done, if we kill this guy who's a great guy, he's the best guy ever, if we kill him, then God will be able to forgive you for the naughty things that you did, is really dumb. It strains credulity that you almost have to believe that with like a childlike
in
mind.
Any other context, they would think a scapegoat is horrible. And yet in this one avenue, something so horrible. In fact, sometimes the more horrible it is, the more they translate into beautiful. Aren't you amazed? He died for you. Oh, can I see the dotted line where I signed that contract?
No, you just go to hell if you don't accept it.
Yeah,
existence go to hell. Is fine. Doesn't think that he needs to be saved. Doesn't think that he's even doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
and
we
there
don't.
lies the problem.
Unless we wrong other people. Once again,
who thinks they do nothing wrong or they've never done anything wrong? Who honestly thinks that way? I don't know anybody who would say that.
Sociopaths. But there are people out there that I'm sure they think that every end justifies the means because the world is big enough. I don't know if they're 1 or 2% of the public. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying that. But that's not the majority of people. I actually find
very small.
Maybe I'm just biased, but I feel like people trend towards the better. People, because of an innate biology, we want to be altruistic. It wasn't just a coincidence that we adopted cats and dogs. It was because we felt bad for them. We saw ourselves in them, and we basically adopted them. I mean,
they had use for us too.
Well, that like too, certain animals, but I would just say those two specifically. But yeah, sure, goats.
The cats started hanging around human settlements because the humans had food, which attracted rodents, and guess what? The cats like to eat. So it became, I think, a symbiotic relationship, and then after thousands of years, we became right, and then they became for companionship more so than just pest control. And then the dogs, they were used for all sorts of things that humans bred them for.
Dogs are just interesting in that they are truly the only animal that we have.
Completely,
I hate to say created, but because it comes from existing material, but we did create them. As in, there was a species that didn't exist before, and then there was.
Yeah, and then they have such there was such a wide variety in that genetic code. I don't know that we could do that same thing with other types of animals. That the genetics of that wolf, the Asiatic wolves, were just so varied that we could do so many things with them. I don't know that would work with other species. Maybe it would. I don't know. I'm not a biologist,
but it is. The other thing is, it just shows evolution. I mean, that is, you take a gene, and then the gene just gets selected, and then the only difference is time. I've heard creationists say, "Oh, time is your god." No, I mean, look, I'm saying just continue. All you need to do is continue. What do you think would happen if we just continued to exaggerate these genes? It would continue to look different until they look as different as, actually, that brings us, I was telling that it would look as different from an amoeba. Well, I was telling this about James, and we really need to talk about this. We need to do, I almost swear I want to do a whole episode called The Amoeba, because, ladies and gentlemen, amoeba is not an organism. There is no amoeba. There are multiple different species of amoeba in all branches of life. And I mean that in that there are both single-celled and multi-celled amoeba, and then there are plant and there are animal amoeba. That's because amoeba is a method of movement. It is a method by which they structure themselves to look like that. It has nothing to do with, so if ever you hear this frickin' talking point that we came from amoeba and really, well, actually, there's amoebas from every walk of life. So first of all, we really could have. Second of all, no, it's just that they are all in some ways related to us. It is the circle of life and the phylogeny tree. Well, but we are talking about Christianity versus atheism. What's best for you? I like this pitch because he really is trying to like sell it. Come one, come all. Though it hasn't really been a great pitch so far for Christianity.
Oh yeah.
A person who is mentally ill or a sociopath or psychopath does not even know that they're doing wrong. They could just as easily carve up a human being just as easily as you would carve up a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Once again, it's like he's just saying things that are true, but really
what does this have to do with religion?
Like, yeah, thank you.
There's sociopaths out there involved.
In fact, there's atheists
there are sociopaths I have known. I met David Wood. And he's told, he seemed like a nice guy. There was no bad experiences. Shout out to DebateCon with James from Modern Day Debate. But he will tell you himself that he was diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and that that Christianity is the method that either makes the urges stop or is what keeps the urges at bay. And so I think that, I'll say what Matt Dillahunty says. If that's true, then please keep being a Christian. But I don't think that should be the way. And that's basically, it's like a dam made out of paper. In that I'm glad the dam works. It concerns me that because it's not true. There's just no good evidence for Christianity.
It's like telling kids to be good, otherwise Santa Claus won't bring you a lot of presents on Christmas morning. If that's their only reason for being good, and once they figure out the ruse is up, Santa's not coming. There is no Santa. What reason do they have to be good after that? But I talk about about people who like to carve people up and kill people. Look at
a psychopath. Thank you.
It's like, look at Dennis Rader in Kansas. They called him the BTK serial killer, and he coined that himself because he liked to bind, torture, and kill people. He killed 10 people from the 70s to the 80s in Kansas, and he was very big in his Lutheran congregation. You can find tons of Christians who do things like that, and that is not an indictment against Christianity. That's just the fact that there's bad people or people who are mentally ill, people who are psychopaths in all forms, all walks of life. No walk of life is immune to that. So you can't just say, oh, we found an atheist who does bad things, therefore atheism is bad. That's a non sequitur. For every atheist you can find who does something bad, we can find 10 religious people who do the same or worse. It's a really bad argument. I wish they would stop using.
And I'm glad when anyone does the right thing, but I hope that people do the right thing for the right reasons. Like I
Yeah,
want,
that's true.
like it's great if you're a non-believer. I hope you're actually a skeptic, and that is the reason why you're a non-believer. Because sometimes they'll come with us with the straw man, like you just hate God, you just want to hate him, and it's like that is if this God is real, I want to know they exist. Absolutely, 100%. I don't often say 100%, but I want to know.
Made videos and have chatted with me online who talk about their fetish or fantasy of eating human flesh. To them,
The
it's just like eating
conversations
another
that he has
animal.
online.
Cannibalism.
Strange, Amy. I've never had that
Negative
conversation with
stereotype.
anybody.
I have never met a single atheist that eats human flesh.
Or that
In
even
fact,
wants to.
all of the stereotypes and horrific things that he's about to, I've never met an atheist that has ever done anything like that. Now, does that mean they don't exist? No. Once again,
Right.
there are atheist and theist horrible people out there of all stripes.
But where do you find these people, Brett? Because I've never ran into them.
Yes, I will say that is really weird. Like
Almost like he's making it up, but
taboo with an atheist, just like
well,
child.
and you know what it is? It's either I'll give him the most charitable, and even my most charitable isn't that charitable. I imagine he could be talking with other Christians who said, "Oh, when I was an atheist, I was eating blah blah blah, but now I found it."
we used to sacrifice
I
babies.
used to sacrifice babies. That's right, right into the volcano. Woo!
Molestation and child pornography distribution. It's the human body. It's nothing more different than a big cat staring at a little cat that has thin hair on its body. Nudity.
Once again,
There's nothing objectively wrong or evil with it.
all of those things are illegal, not because of a God, not even because of fifis, but because we factually, empirically know that it harms the child.
It's
Not hard. And also, we'll remind all of the super fundamentalist religious folks that think that this is the change that's coming. No. In like the early 1900s, it was the secular enlightened people that actually got rid of all of the the laws that said children can work when they're like 12, and then all of these protections. They all come from Enlightenment values, and they're probably here to stay instead of, the sacrificing men, women, and children. Oh, but they had it coming, James. They were evil. You know they were evil. You know how many evil... they're evil fetuses. They were evil. The other thing I don't understand, they were evil. Why did they kill the animals? Like, what did the horse do?
You mean talk about the flood?
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I get that the animals. Well, I get that the humans are supposedly evil, but
how are you gonna? Because it's like they tried to make it. It's like they tried to make it like a naturalistic thing. Like instead of God just pulled Noah outside the earth and flooded it. So they tried to keep it, I think, within the natural realm. They just thought, hey, we get a big boat, we fill it with animals. Obviously, you can't fit all the animals on a boat, so they're going to. I guess I'd say there was just no way to flood the earth without a bunch of animals dying, so they had to do that
weird
for the story.
I mean, either you're punishing the animals for no reason, or you're admitting that the camel is evil, that the kangaroo may have this in the pouch.
I don't think they thought about the moral implication of killing animals. It was just
Peter's like, is he talking about bald pussies?
Yeah.
No, but we are. I will say, I hate these type of arguments. Always come from, I would say, a cowardice type of viewpoint. I really hate, just like we were talking about Godwin's law earlier. Well, they blame atheists for all these terrible things when really, in their view, whose fault would this be under their view that all these terrible things are happening?
Well, that's why the whole Adam and Eve
that's
story
right.
is a way to
Applegate.
absolve God from all that blame. Even though he knew it was going to happen, he set it up that way. So it definitely is his fault, but whatever. They don't want to blame him.
Picky.
You know? Yeah.
Blame the woman. Exactly.
So what does it matter whether it's a 40-year-old woman you're looking at or a 5-year-old little girl? The atheist sees everything as natural. There's no such thing as unnatural.
Naturalistic fallacy.
To say that that's wrong.
And a horrific
Who's
use
going to
of
say
that
it's wrong, and why is their opinion more valuable than another?
Objectively, it's not, but that's not how we operate. We don't have to operate by objective.
And I would say empirically, we could demonstrate that it harms children.
it does harm, but the thing is harm wrong, objectively speaking? I mean, I would say
exactly. We're going to start to get into morality.
It is harmful,
but what he is basically saying is bad things happen, and we get it. Bad things happen, and you die. You saying that everything gets solved in puppy kitty rainbow land after you die is not a solution.
He lays out a line. It says, don't cause little ones to stumble. Don't cause any kind of problems in the world. Do unto others as you want done unto you.
Don't go massacre your neighbors.
Good rule of thumb. Some people want to be hurt. So you wouldn't want to do what you want done to you onto them, which means generally good rule of thumb, but we need to play things by situation.
Well, what about don't massacre your neighbors like God told to do in the Old Testament? These are what he's saying, like these be kind to everybody is not values that are the religion's big. I get it that it's evolved, but that's not how it started off.
I also hate to point out that we're not dealing with rocket science here, but I'm pretty sure we didn't need like a holy book to explain to us not to stab each other in the face. I'm pretty sure we would have figured that one out eventually.
Not to molest children or commit acts of rape or barbarism.
And really,
you don't need a holy book to tell you not to do that.
Really, it's not even long conversation. You can have long conversations on what morality is and how we can type to define it and stuff. And yet I find that almost always they make this more difficult or they make it more horrible. Because if there is a hell, there are, I imagine, lots of children burning forever, ever, and ever.
Absolutely.
Okay, according to God, for you to go out and destroy an entire civilization and city as if he's instructed you, and he does not believe that the people within that civilization are redeemable.
Oh, divine command theory.
Mankind for a very long time to go do anything like that. And God finally got to a point himself where he said, you know what? I'm going to stop ordering people to wipe out bad people.
I like how Brett is basically making an argument that God gets tired. He's like,
God, he just decided to stop giving orders like that. No, Brett, it's because he never gave the orders like that in the first place. They're just old fables. That's all they are, Brett. Old fables. Never happened.
On the entire world. And there's a lot of atheists out there who will even read the literature, some of them, and they'll see that the world is described as a place where people are greedy, they're killing each other, they're hurting each other. They're
also doing good, also making acts of kindness and charity.
Only looking at the bad parts in the world and blaming that on atheism, but saying everything good is because of religion. Really backwards.
Yeah, he's having a little bit of selective bias going on. And just like Mubarak in Assembly of God was saying, do unto people when they consent to be done unto them. And yet we didn't find that in the Holy Book. That had to come from, basically Enlightenment values, secular values.
Unnecessary and miserable suffering to everyone.
Humanism.
You can't walk 5 feet down the road without being either killed, spit on, raped.
I'm pretty sure you can.
Dude, what? What? I understand that there are places in the world where there is especially if you're in a war zone. But dude, really? What was it? Was it the lack of Christmas cups from Starbucks? Is that what took you down?
But even if that's true, Brett, God could stop all that, right? God could stop all that, but he doesn't. So why not? Oh, it's part of his divine plan. He's got a master plan, and his plan is that people are going to get murdered and raped and killed, and bad things are going to happen, but it's all for a greater good. Yeah.
Bible clearly tells you what the circumstances were on why God drowned the world. And the atheist thinks that that's totally unfair. How far does humanity get to go before the atheist says, yeah, I can understand why God did something about that problem? No, the atheist finds
did something about that problem by
things
committing genocide.
Why doesn't God do anything?
Yeah,
God's terrible. He doesn't do anything. But then when God drowns the world, oh, look what God did.
No.
Okay, Brett.
He used that's like when you use the word in the definition, the example of something horrible that God did was drown the planet. That's the thing that we have the problem with. Like, his methodology wasn't like, everyone's being bad. Maybe I'll just throw a really chill party and everyone will be,
It's like that was the only two options he had. Option one, let everything go unabated, do nothing. Option two, kill everybody except for no. I think God, if he could have figured out something in the middle. Let me curtail some of this evil that's going on without killing every single man, woman, and child, except for no. I think he could have figured that out. But
Assembly of God says, "Do unto." I saw you do another. Don't grab women by the. That's right. You definitely don't want to grab women by there. You should ask first. In fact, you should get permission from your mistress. What were we talking about? Moving forward, we're watching Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? And I do have to say, it has not been very convincing.
Intellectually stimulating.
Yes. I do have to say this is the bottom of the barrel for young earth creationism. I mean, it is the Christians. I was going to say theists, but sure, the Christians, the theists, whoever believes in God and also science really must be looking down on these people, because I really don't know what else to say. I love them. We're all brothers and sisters, atheists and theists, and yet, my lordy, this is just the other countries look down on us for this. They really do. They're like, this is some American-born. I know the Protestants here must think that this is the true version that goes back right to Paul. Paul basically wrote he released a podcast, and it's the straight hit.
The Baptists think that theirs is like structured based on the New Testament church. But I hate that it's not in our nature to punch down to somebody like this, but he's just so arrogant, and he is just so full of bullshit.
And once again, it's painful to me, because maybe this is just my thing. Brett, if you ever hear this and you disagree, come tell us. But man, it just sounded like you were searching the past few months. You were in a lot of pain, and you fell to the hands of snake oil salesmen. There is no worse theology that I know out there than maybe Scientology, because that really you'll end up homeless.
there is power in having a spiritual experience or perceived experience, including like a coming back to Jesus experience. Like, I think that's what Brett craves. Like, he's got to run away from Jesus for a little while so he can then embrace him again, and he can
I
continue with the
think they
praising and
label
the
it like a
loving.
struggle. They're
Like,
struggling.
he can have like makeup sex with Jesus after not liking him for few months. And he could go back and they could be friends again and everything will be okay. And then when all his problems aren't solved, when shit still goes wrong, he'll take his ball and go leave Christianity, but then he'll crave that relationship again.
And we are sending love. We are watching Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? Sending love to Jenna. Woo!
Hey, Jenna.
Who has been doing many fantastic episodes on Tangang, youtube.com/The Atheist Roundtable with us. So you should go and head over there because once again, there's so much fantastic non-believer content and we don't
like
schism or have holy
TV
wars.
channel.
Woo-hoo.
Atheist too.
And we are moving through. I feel bad because we can't help it. He's just saying packed filled with so much nonsense. But we will be sending maybe 3/4 of the way through. I'll send the link into chat so people can join.
Was loving and good.
It is speculation.
Why did he drown the
Just
whole
my
world? It seems like
just
that's totally extreme.
my observation.
As you can see with the atheists, as at least whenever it comes to God, God is damned if he does, damned if he do. Atheist claims that he doesn't have.
Poor God. He just such a hard time being a deity.
But Brett, God has omnipotent power. He can do anything. So yeah, he doesn't have the excuse that humans have because certain things are outside of humans' power and control. Our ability to God doesn't have that limitation, Brett. He can do anything. He can do whatever he wants. He never has to choose the lesser of the two evils because he always can do the right thing because he's incapable of doing anything else, right?
Exactly. He's all powerful, all knowing. And you know, I just have to say, for Brett,
moral.
for God, for Jesus, James, I don't know about you, but I feel like we're about to get music lessons because we're listening to the tiniest violin.
Playing for God. God's damned if he do, damned if he doesn't. For God.
Doesn't matter if I drown them or I don't drown them. Well, I guess it does, but they hate me either way. Well, maybe don't drown them.
Hold on. Phone's ringing. Yeah. Oh, hey, Moses. Found a guy picking up sticks on the wrong day. He shall surely be put to death.
Have any belief in God, yet he believes that a God that doesn't exist did all these terrible things.
No.
Yeah,
we are criticizing it from an internal critique and assuming your worldview from it. And I know they'll be like, well, if you assume our worldview, then the God is objective, blah, 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 blah. No. We're accepting it as we're pretending. It's like you are saying, why would we dislike Voldemort or Sauron? You could, even though both of those, Emperor Palpatine, even though all four of those examples don't exist.
First place. Isn't that odd?
No.
So what does atheism provide for you? It offers no purpose or meaning to your existence. What about when you die? What about when you're suffering? How about the
fact that we're dealing with reality? We accept the truth for what it is, and thus, because we want to believe as many true things, as few false things as possible, it is intellectually satisfying? Is that not enough? No?
No, I'm sorry. There's no top-down purpose, meaning to life given to you by a deity.
Okay.
You can, if you can find your own way, you can find your own purpose in life. That's what people do. There are lots of us who enjoy life, who are non-believers, and we find meaning in lots of things in life. And doesn't have to be given from a deity, so might not be as satisfying to some, but it is what it is. It's reality. And for an afterlife,
but it's reality.
Once again, Amy, death sucks. It is terrible. It's not happy. It's not a warm and cuddly concept to talk about, but it's reality. And if you want to bury your head in the sand and pretend it doesn't apply to you and just pretend you get to live forever and be happy, you're welcome to do that. But you have no reason to do that. No objectively proper, good reason to do that. Just engaging in fantasy.
Spoiler alert, that is up and coming. A bad version of it.
Yep. Only a matter of time.
How many times have you heard atheists ask the question of, oh, if your God is so good and your God is so loving, then why is he allowing Russia to attack the Ukraine for? Why does
Once
God...
again, I love how he makes it topical, but it could be any war.
Yeah, I haven't been asking that question. That's a question of geopolitical politics. It's a very complicated situation. Obviously, most people would rather not see war. War causes a lot of human death, misery, and suffering, so it's a tragedy anytime it happens. Yet it still has been a hallmark of humanity since humanity became a thing.
I agree. Yeah. Now, I think we should fight against people that want to wage war defense, but I also think that it is a human trait. And that another thing I will also say is if you are in defense or you want to support defense, please know that prayers and thoughts aren't going to do anything. There's no help coming from
in terms of stopping war.
In terms of stopping war, it has to be us.
How many Christians have prayed for peace, world peace?
Exactly. And once again, that stands for current wars and future wars, okay? It has to be us because there is no one else coming to stop it.
And doesn't the New Testament say when two or more people ask something in my name, it shall be given to them? So apparently we've never had two or more Christians pray for world peace. Guess what? Have world peace, so they must not have prayed about it. Huh.
And that's right. So no two people have ever asked for world peace or to end world hunger or just all these and homelessness.
Right.
And I'm trying, Mark, I'm sending so much. I'm trying so hard not to send. I'm like basically trying to whistle which position I am, which is, I'll just say this, the Eastern Orthodox Church sucks, okay? And don't like it. We're taking pot shots at Protestantism. We're taking pot shots at Catholicism. We'll take pot. I very much don't like the Eastern Orthodox Church. So just going to put that out into the origin as
the Russian Orthodox. Yeah,
I'm very, so my family, I could trace the origin because they are Ashkenazi, Polish ancestors of now Americans, and so I imagine I could almost trace my lineage. I know where I come from on the map, and so as someone with let's just say Slavic blood, because you can see
Eastern European.
I almost see through, and yet because of my parents believing in just the Old Testament and not the New Testament, there are people out there that do not believe that my skin is light or white or whatever you want to call it. And to them, I just say, you guys have all that. I'm just going to stick around with the atheist in our community.
Well, what was your least 30% lizards?
Oh my God. And that, that is just, I can't even tell. It's been weeks since that, maybe months now since that.
Couple months, yeah.
I can't even tell if that's a Poe anymore because there are people that really
I think he's legit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. Really did, ladies and gentlemen. someone really did look me, I don't know if his camera was on or not, but look me in the eyes, at least metaphorically, and suggest that either my parents and I guess me in turn is 30% lizard. How do you not believe in evolution? At that point, you better believe in evolution, right?
What they said was someone got like a 23andMe or Ancestry DNA kit and swabbed their lizard and sent it back, and it came back as like 30% Jewish. And yeah,
like there's only two things you could do to claims like that: laugh or cry.
I said, you don't even believe that. That's like that's like some David Icke.
But he wasn't
fantasy.
saying it with like humor in his voice, and so that
he really believed it.
And people come to us. I've seen lots of people that have always been. There's lots of crazy creationist claims, and people will be like, they're faking it, and yet, I mean, sending love.
Yeah, and that's a thing. You could actually test it now if one of these people who subscribe to this extreme ideologies wanted to actually pay $100 and DNA test their lizard, but strangely enough, I don't think they're going to be forking over wasting $100 because obviously they know they're going to get a thing back from saying, "Oh, no human DNA in here, so sorry, womp womp womp."
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to trigger any music from Brett. No, I'm just kidding. That's funny that he has. I mean, we all deal with things. We accidentally, I would say, when we were roasting answers in Genesis, we almost dealt with a copyright thing. But but that's, I think, a little bit different. If you are knowingly trying to just steal stuff, you can't just play 2 minutes of someone's song and not expect.
Right.
About the United States attack this country,
but we're sending love, Brett. You don't need to ask to Jesus or God for forgiveness. Once again, just be a decent. Sometimes I get people trapped up in words. They get triggered by being called a racist, even though if they're spouting racist views, or transphobic if they're spouting transphobic views. Forget about the words. Throw all those words aside. Just ask yourself, am I being an asshole? You really just need to ask yourself that. And if the answer is yes, then the word doesn't matter because the intent lands.
Attack this country. Why not? God is not obligated to clean up after humanity.
I like how they're like, God's a bachelor.
Use the free will and the choice that God gave us. God gave us sentience and a consciousness. We all have it written into our heart.
No,
we're all wired. We're hardwired. Even evolution claims us to know the difference between right and wrong. Yeah, we continue.
I would say that evolution, there are good evolutionary reasons to why altruism exists.
Or to why we, as a consensus, view certain things that not 100%, but most people will look at most situations and come away with a certain moral feeling, a certain judgment that seems to be, and that's how we base laws. Like, it's not that they're objective, it's that a consensus of enough people exists that a certain activity should not be allowed. And then it doesn't matter if you want to do that. We're just not going to allow you to. We will use force to stop you. You can cry all day that you think you should be able to do it, and it will not matter.
To do right, wrong, right? We continue to do wrong towards each other.
What is up, Kill Doggy? I always
and
consider
then in
that
the end,
we're always fashionably.
Christianity says if you accept
exactly
God
on time when we're
and you do the best you can, then you have the opportunity to go to heaven where you'll be in eternity with all those who suffered, all those who were cheated.
Once again, here comes the carrot. I guess we're not up to the stick yet, but at least we're having a good old time.
Wouldn't that be so nice, Brett, if that were true? Wouldn't it be nice? But
what is going on? I thought James was just doing I wondered why he's like, let's tackle this manatee. And he said it a few times.
No,
Okay,
Brett
there's an inside joke that I'm not
Yeah,
getting.
yeah. There's lots of memes of Brett as a man. They
As a
put his face on
manatee?
him. He looks like one. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my. Whoa, Brett, we're sending you love.
Not that we're known for picking on someone based on how they look, but Brett is, he likes to throw lots of punches out there, and he likes to insult people.
And we were having a conversation. I think James and I were both discussing. I think it's an important part of comedy. You generally don't want to punch down. I won't say never.
Yeah.
There are some times I would say generally you want to throw punches that eventually you can't just take all of these attacks on science sitting down. And I don't mean do something, terrible. I mean, intellectually, we need to, as a community, counter bad information with good information.
Yeah, definitely.
The children that
also
died.
When he said leave Brett alone, I completely read that in like that 2000s meme. Leave Brett alone.
Leave Brittany alone.
Early in their life. The adults who were trying to fulfill their dreams and ambitions who died some terrible death. They'll go to heaven.
Wouldn't it be nice?
While they were alive, it's awful. Christians as well as atheists alike will say, oh man, that's terrible what happened to that person, especially if that person's related to you.
Wouldn't it be nice if they didn't really die?
From the atheist worldview, isn't it?
Once again, argument a la I don't want to be an adult.
Yeah. So that sucks. So I'll just make up something that tells me that that's not really the way things are.
I think a hell would suck. I would want to know. Like, you really just got to pull on those big boy and girl pants and just deal with reality. In fact, I think it helps you appreciate life when you understand that you only have one.
So much more. You really don't take anything for granted when you really do take so much for granted when you treat this life as just a temporary little proving ground before you go on to your real life after this. You really treat it much differently.
They get done unfairly, and then they slowly wither away and die. What is atheism?
So why not just let everyone into heaven? Or why? I know they're always like, this is the test, and I hate that apologetic.
It's a ridiculous argument.
That is hot right now in Muslim circles. I have found this is all just a test. Just a test.
The emergency broadcast
of
the Allah broadcast system.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, what are we testing for? Are you
herpes?
Trying to make sure you have herpes? Yeah. Are you trying to see if you have all the TV channels?
Like that. What is atheism going to give an 8-year-old girl with cancer? What is
sympathy?
Going to
health care.
Give a 8-year-old boy with tumors all over his body.
Sympathy.
Oh yeah,
health care.
And I remember going over this because there are actual answers to this, and I want you to remember that science actually offers at least attempted alternatives and solutions to this where religion offers none. Let's go through this. Hold on.
Religion offers
a 15-year-old boy
with tumors all
over his body. Surgery. Let's go ahead. And I missed the one right before that.
The
way and die. What does atheism give a person like that? What is atheism going to give an 8-year-old girl with cancer?
Chemo.
Yeah.
We actually have science, and I really wanted to just emphasize that.
Healthcare.
What is atheism going to give a 15-year-old boy with tumors all over his body?
Once again, surgery.
Eventually die. Nothing.
Healthcare. And you know what, Brett? When we give people like that, when we give kids like that healthcare, and they get prayer, or whether they don't get prayer, they get better at the same rate. So the prayer, the God had no part in it. There's no reason to think that He did. And if you say, well, then if it's being tested, God won't act. So if God's going to say, well, I
And
would
even
like to
worse
heal
than
that.
that.
I would like to heal this person, but they're testing it. They're going to know that I'm doing it, so therefore I gotta let them die. I can't heal them because if I do, then they'll know that I'm real.
Then they'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out, and then they won't have true free will.
But
Oh,
not only is it worse that prayer, if you often ask someone, would you accept giant moral and intellectual scientific problems on the chance of a coin flip, most people will tell you no. If it's 50-50, that's actually not something I'm going to take.
right.
Sometimes it's actually worse when you know you're being prayed for, hypothesized because of high performance anxiety. People actually recover at worse rates. Gonna go for Peter says, my best friend is a sculptor. He never takes anything for granted.
Oh, and it's even to just tack on that. I mean, it happens at least a few times a year where you will have debilitating serious illness, and the parents are saying, no, according to our religion, we do not believe in healthcare. We will pray, and if God wants to heal them, they will be healed. If God does not want them healed, they will die. We are not going to interfere with God's plan.
Speaking of which, we need to do Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, with the blood transfusion thing? Yeah, if God didn't want them to bleed to death, God wouldn't have sent that bus to run them over. So, why are we going to interfere with God's will by giving them blood so they won't die?
Yep.
Yes, that's just life. That's the way it happens.
It is, yeah.
Oops. And then you die. And then what happens?
Nothing.
What happens? According to the atheist, there's two things.
Well, actually, something very literally does happen. Just like you eating a sandwich, our bodies will be eaten up by other organisms, and then they will continue their lives.
But let me ask you this, Brett. Let's say that 15-year-old boy you mentioned with tumors who's going to die. What if he lives in India and he's a subscriber of Hinduism? What's going to happen after he dies, Brett? Well, that cancer is going to seem like nothing to him because he's going to be roasted forever because he was born in the wrong place because he didn't believe in Jesus. What happens to him, Brett? I mean, you make it sound like this is happy and this is good. No, Brett, your own Bible says narrow is the path. Your Bible is conceding, yeah, most people are going to go to hell. It's actually a very small sliver of humanity who get to go to heaven. If you think that makes God the good guy because he lets, maybe 5 to 10% of humanity enter heaven and he's going to torture the rest of them forever, but you think that makes him good because you plan on being one of that, 5%, then okay, but I think that makes the concept of your God, it makes him an asshole, a dick, an asshole. I would not want to worship that God because he is a masochist to the nth degree, torturing children forever because they didn't get the memo on Jesus. Really?
Going to happen? Well, there's a couple different options, actually. You either get buried or you get cremated. And then that's the end. No more.
Yeah.
No hell.
Chance. You don't get an opportunity.
No hell.
No
to
hell.
reprieve yourself or relive your ambitions or dreams.
Look at that sigh in his voice. Like, dude, this is not up to you. It's not up to me. It is just reality. James, do you get to choose if you die or not?
No.
Huh.
And
guess it's not just us.
And this is kind of like that thing that went back when we had Sunflower on, like over a year ago, and I'm like, your life is never going to be ideal. You're never going to get to do everything you ever wanted to do. You're never going to learn everything you ever wanted to learn or go all the places you ever wanted to go. And that's sad, but everybody's in that position. Do we then is it then rational to pretend that, oh, well, I'll just pretend I get it all after I'm dead? I mean,
it's
okay.
Once again, it's why
No reason
as
to
we
think
get
it.
older, it's why we start to realize there's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of people spending a lot of energy, and yet time is a valuable resource. And so we only have one life and we need to enjoy it. The fact that it is not everlasting should really put an exclamation mark on our butts.
Absolutely.
But if you're a Christian, then you get to have an eternity with a God who loves you. You get to be in a beautiful, blissful place where there's no war, no tears, no pain, no suffering.
And why do you get that, Brett? Why do you get that? Why is heaven going to be like that, Brett?
But you're actually
just pause it for a second. Why is it going to be like that, Brett? Well, because according to your theology, when you get to heaven, God is going to take away your free will. You will not be able to do bad things. You will not be able to make bad choices. God is going to zombify you, so you will only want to worship him. And yeah, he'll make it so you love every minute of it. It'll be the best time ever. You will never even think about wanting to do anything else because you will be having such a good time. But that's how he achieves it, by removing you as a person, removing your free will. You are an automaton or a robot praising God because that's all you're programmed to do.
Or as the medical community calls it, a lobotomy.
Yeah, a vegetative state, just saying, God, you're so great. God, you're good. God, I love you. And I guess that's better than compared to be burning in hell, but I wouldn't consider it to be much of an existence.
Indeed.
See, apparently the God who created the universe and created life itself believed that we were so valuable as people that there was something worth saving about us, that he actually created us a place to go once this
before
ends.
He killed 99.9% of us.
And what is it that we're living through right now, ladies and gentlemen?
Life.
What are we living through?
Life.
We're living in a world where we gave up God's will for our own.
What is God's will, Brett? What is God's will?
Our own choices.
I'm sorry, you mean the apple? I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
And this is what we've decided to do with it. This is a world without God, ladies and gentlemen. This is.
Oh, I love this because I always want to know. I've heard from other atheists before. They're like, "What would a non-God world look like?" And I honestly do not understand the next 5 minutes that comes out of his mouth, because he's basically like, "Doesn't this look like a world that doesn't have a God?" Huh?
Well, I mean, it's
so.
like. And they go back to this stupid Applegate thing to absolve God from any blame. Everything bad in the world is not God's fault. They ate the apple from the wrong tree. God told them not to, so therefore, all the misery and death and suffering and bad things, you can't blame God for any of it. It's obviously a post hoc idea, rationalization for. How could we have a good God, but there are bad things in the world? Oh, it must not be his fault. It can't be.
It can't be God.
It can't be God. It must have been us.
Would expect in an atheist world what we're living in right now.
I don't know, like
it's not
Sweden, Denmark,
interacting. Well, there's some people out there that claim that God is interacting and blessing people and doing miracles in some people's lives. But for those out there where you don't feel like God's there, well, if you think this world sucks,
is he hiding?
This is the atheist worldview, isn't it? This is what you should expect life to be.
Actually, I found that,
the world,
the majority of atheists think that,
doesn't suck.
Doesn't suck. In fact, a lot of times we have to maybe deal with I know being an apostate isn't always easy, but generally speaking, I know many atheists say that it is freeing. Like it is like a weight is lifted off them.
The world's not perfect. It's not ideal, but to say it totally sucks on the other end is
silly.
Is not fair either, because there are lots of good things in life. There are good times and good aspects to life. It doesn't all suck, Brett.
Exactly. It's okay, Brett. You're gonna get through this teenage stage.
Like if God is not associating himself with you. It sucks, doesn't it? It's terrible. And if this life continues to treat you like it does and continues to go the way it is, and the atheists are right, then you're just dead. Yeah. Nothing you've ever done matters. Don't you get it? And when the world...
once again, he's just going to lean into total nihilism. Once again, he's going to get through this. He's going to come out the other side.
Ends and this universe implodes on itself. Every accomplishment that mankind has ever done, anything any scientist has ever invented or discovered, will be wiped away.
What does life even mean? I mean, come on, Mom. Look, we get it. The universe will one day heat death. The solar system will. Yeah, maybe. The solar system
is definitely.
The sun will. It won't supernova. It'll red giant because it's not big enough.
I mean,
most likely.
It seems likely at some point there will be something that will wipe humanity out eventually.
Yeah, and look, we could chase it as far as we can. I'm hoping we escape the red giant and go to Jupiter and go to like the moon of Europa, go somewhere else. Whether we can go forever, I don't know, but
go to another solar system.
Another
universe, maybe, if we ever develop that. I don't know.
But still, it's once again crying. Like accepting that we die, accepting that in billions of years we may,
be wiped out as a species.
I mean, they're facts. I don't know what to say other than you have to deal with it. They're uncomfortable truths. Oz was just talking. They did a fantastic stream yesterday about being uncomfortable about uncomfortness. And man, I don't know what else to say but to suck it up. Find happiness right now. Go do good things to other people right now.
There could be a large undetected meteor barreling towards Earth right now, a planet killer large enough to wipe out virtually all of life on Earth. And that would suck, but the universe would not care. If that happened, we would all be dead. And yes, all our thoughts, dreams, hopes, and ambitions would all be snuffed out forever. And as bad as that sounds, that's reality.
I'm not sure. I think this is also George Carlin, but humans often think of end of the world scenarios, but often they're really end of the human scenarios, because oftentimes if you were to get rid of the humans, a lot of the world would actually do better. Now, I'm not sure if a meteor would do that, but
big enough one would.
But in certain circumstances, the environment would actually do, better without us.
It would be.
But I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're kicking and
like the one, like I mentioned in the debate with Ken Hovind, like that meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs and paved the way
for mammals,
for the shrew-like mammal ancestor that was able to come up and colonize that new world. The ancestor of us all conquered that new world.
They also shit all over rats. They almost the entire line that they come from. They're like, you came from a reptile ancestor. Rats are fantastic, and it is very obvious that we get a lot of our traits from them. And in some measures, they are actually more altruistic than humans, depending on some of the tests that they've experimented with. So take it for what you want. I'm going to go with Team Living. We are Jon Snow. There is the living and the dead. Assembly says Buck Cream was old. Hey, look, And yeah, I will say, homeschools definitely have their problems. I'm sure there's going to be that one or two people that homeschool their kid that actually are scientists and they're doing it right. But what I have found in the vast majority, especially in the United States, is that they are trying to circumvent things like evolution, the Big Bang, because when you teach children science, they have a propensity to, and not only that, when you also teach like mythology courses and just like breath religion courses, they have a much harder chance of believing that their one religion's the true one.
I remember being brought up in a young Earth creationist home, and we were all everything at church, and it was always straw manning evolution and telling you like Ken Hovind-esque like talking points. That's what evolution is, and I remember actually like when, like I've said before, the teaching on it in the school system was very, very bad. They barely even talked about it because being in a semi-Bible Belt state, it's very political, so they don't really push it in the schools at all. It's barely talked about. But being older and actually looking into it, it did not take long at all of actually looking into it to say, oh, okay, I guess it is true. You know, yeah.
Where all the data lies, but creationists, feel free.
That's what it says. Okay, I see why they think it's true.
And we are actually, we're coming up on the 3/4 mark. I'm going to keep on playing this, but we're actually going to start to tee up for the open mic. So if you have been enjoying all this wisdom, you're going to be able to say, what you thought about it, or tell us where we got it wrong.
Even be remembered. It won't even be a dream.
Womp, womp, womp.
And he sounds so sad. Like, I mean, I can still hear it in his voice. I've heard it in his voice. Like, he's so disappointed in the fact that this is reality. And so, you know, sometimes when we don't have a good theory, we go to a conspiracy theory. And yet, you can't just fill in the blank.
Making something up that sounds better is not productive.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just deluding yourself.
So can you see where the atheist finds himself? Because most atheists acknowledge this. They know that one day the world's going to end and everything that mankind's ever done won't be worth a damn. It'll be burned up in the universe when the earth...
Like, did you just read Nietzsche? I don't think he read Nietzsche, but this just sounds like someone who just read Nietzsche. I get it. You just figured out what nihilism is. That's not what atheism is.
Explodes and disintegrates as the universe dies.
I've seen that out on Pornhub.
It doesn't matter how smart some atheists are. It doesn't matter how strong they are. It doesn't matter how much advantage or benefit they got in the jungle, because the entire jungle is going to burn down around them and under their feet.
He's about to dye his hair black. That's what he's trying to tell us.
The next time you see a Christian who's a hypocrite or a liar, the next time you see a Christian who's full of themselves or narcissistic just as much as an atheist, you need to keep in mind that one of the reasons why people even join Christianity in the first place isn't just because they believe in God, but it's because they want a better...
scared of death.
...world. They want a better life. They want to be a part of something that is actually bigger than themselves.
But it's not a better life, Brett. It's an afterlife that they're really shooting for. I don't see in a lot of cases what it's going to make your life better now. And they'll even tell you that, like, oh, Jesus said, you know, you'll be persecuted for my sake. And the whole point of Christianity is about not living for this life. It's about that this life doesn't matter and you should be investing in your eternity. Don't worry about this life. Christianity depreciates and deprecates this life. It makes it like it's not even important. Just get through it.
This is just the towel that you wipe your feet off.
Right. So if someone is like he said before, putting a gun to your head and asking if you believe in God. You should say yes. So if they pull that trigger, you'll wake up in heaven. I mean, again, no reason to believe any of that.
Because they know who they are. They know the problems they have. They call it sin.
Doesn't exist.
But what do atheists have? No accountability,
truth,
no responsibility, nothing more than duplicity.
No. We actually have actual responsibility. We actually have to. So in a Christian worldview, it is possible to ask forgiveness from God and never actually make amends to the people that you actually harmed. Maybe you do both. Maybe you ask God for forgiveness and the person, but there is the possibility that you don't actually talk to the person that you did wrong to at all. In the atheist worldview, there is only one person. In fact, I'll give you two people that you harmed. Yourself and them. If they give you permission and they actually accept your forgiveness, then you need to forgive yourself and move onward. But please do not mistake that you cannot ask a God to undo any bad deeds that you do. It does not change literally anything, especially for the person that we did wrong to.
And they offer nothing. They give you nothing. There's no benefit or
we offer truth. We offer truth. We offer reality. If you don't want to accept that,
ladies and gentlemen, when dealing with an atheist, they seem very angry and pissed off at the world all the time, don't they?
Oh, who sounds like they're more pissed off at the world, Brett? You or us? Come on now.
And I will say, I'll give a trade secret that Eminem would like to share with you if you would like to make good, passionate media. And that is simply rage and youthful exuberance, which is simply you need anger and energy. Okay? Those are the two things that get you passionate. A lot of good humor. In fact, I'd say a vast majority of it comes from being angry. If you ask Jerry Seinfeld what his comedy is about, he will not tell you nothing. His answer would actually be that the world angers him and that this is all the little things that get to him being expressed. And so I think the angry atheist phase is actually the realization that when you start to realize that there is no God, that you were either tricked, fooled, lied to, you misled for portions of your life to believe the most important question in the universe was wrong. And so understandably, you could have spent time, energy,
doing other things.
Could have been your entire life.
Money in a lot of cases.
Yes.
People spending money on religion.
And so understandably, you come away, I used to give I thought I was really edgy. I would give my middle finger to churches and all this shit. I don't do that anymore. That is not the way. You get it out of your system. Eventually, you start to realize that the other people that were in it were also just as fooled as you were. And you eventually, in my opinion, get the opportunity to push it into a positive light. Not always, but hopefully you start to realize that it's actually better to be without all this baggage.
And you have to realize that religion, biggest lie ever told. It's the lie that people know things that they do not know, and it's a lie that people base their entire life, their entire identity on. And so when that lie crumbles, when that house of cards comes down, it can be earth-shattering to people's world, because your entire world in a lot of cases was built upon that
Absolutely.
foundation, and when that whole thing comes crashing down and you have to try and make a new way forward, that can be really
Devastating.
devastating, and people react in different ways. So uh, it's you get a wide variety of reactions, and sometimes it's more profound than others. But yeah,
Kill Doggy. I think James was talking to me about this pre-show. Was saying that there was something a really funny takedown from Brett.
Yeah.
Of Brett from the Raging Atheist.
Yeah, because he deleted all his videos like 2 weeks ago, the Raging Atheist, and I saw him. Saw him start streaming again. He was going to take a break for a while, but I think he's back.
Yeah, I'm sending love to
Yeah.
Rage. He was, I know he was controversial between atheist and theist circles, but I feel within the atheist and non-believer circles, he was a cool guy. Maybe that's because, once again, we just hashtag don't schism. But,
Yeah.
once again, I find that rage comes from a sense of justification, because we're angry at all this nonsense.
Yeah, I still have my Bible, Senator. I still have my Bibles. I never really had that angry of a phase, but maybe I'm just more sentimental.
Yeah, I think it affects people in different ways. And all right, we're going to be finishing up, because we have been watching Christian versus Atheism, What's Best for You. I think we also may have a special guest message, but we're having fun. We are, I don't know, James, are you convinced?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah, he's been arguing back and forth with this particular manatee, so I thought we'd get him.
It just seems like a lot of QQing. He's just complaining.
Yeah.
He's looking for something or someone to point the finger at. But they're not doing anything to try to make the world a better place, are they? They have absolutely no organizations that go
A lot of us are.
Charity. They have no ministries where they're going out and feeding people or doing anything.
Also,
atheists don't have ministries.
Yeah, not only that, but I was thinking about this while he was talking, and I'm a fan of Matt. I'm a fan of the ACA in general. I know that sometimes they get flack, but the ACA has done many fantastic charities. They've done many fantastic charity streams that have raised great amounts of money that have gone directly to the causes and didn't need to have a God being dangled over top of them.
Atheists have their own churches, and some of them like to boast that they even have their own religion.
No.
But they haven't used their church or their religion
you guys say.
to do anything good for anybody. If you want to be mocked, if you want to be treated badly and belittled and demoralized,
like how the Christians treat you?
If you'd like to watch churches be destroyed around you, if you'd like to see
we're not
tribalistic people hating
by other Christians more than us
belief system, then atheism's right for you. It's good for you.
How about just if you accept reality and you want to be right, atheism is good for you.
Faith itself offers everything. It offers you hope. It offers you light at the end of the tunnel. If atheists are right, and you just happen to die and there's no place to go, it's not like you're going to know, right? But a little bit of Pascal's wager, which I don't mind throwing in there, the atheists are going to lose either way. When they die,
Mark called this early on.
Yeah, we're not losing because we know what the end result is going to be. We know where we're going to go.
Over. Everybody they love and care about gone, taken away from them. End of the game. But if they're wrong and there's a God, they get to roast for all eternity. Doesn't that sound fun? So, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, atheism is a lose-lose scenario. There's no getting around it. For Christianity, you win either way. Now, the atheist might argue, but wait a minute, what if some other religion's right? Well, if there is a God of any other religion, if we were to hypothetically go with that, the God of any other religion would realize that Christians did the best they could, realize that Muslims did the best they could, Jews did the best they could. And I'm not talking about those fake people who didn't
Oh,
really
not the fake
follow
people.
any belief at all or any idea. I believe that any good God that exists in the universe, whether it's associated with Christianity or any of the Abrahamic faiths, would realize that people joined Christianity because they had the intent in their heart to do good. But what about atheists? What is their intention? What is their motive?
Correct.
Yeah.
To be true.
Once again, we don't have, it's not like intentions. What do we intend to do? No, we are convinced, because belief is the act of being convinced of a proposition.
Yeah. We're just not convinced that your God is real.
We hope that you've been enjoying God TV.
All right, the last minute
Yeah,
show.
yeah. Go to his Spotify, his
Buy
PayPal.
DVD,
He
seminar
takes
number
all the car.
5.
I am coffee. He used to ask for.
But I think what we're going to do, I am going to send the link in chat, but we already have the person that's going to start us off tonight, because I think he is the person who brought the spice to my attention. And I think, James, you also both had feelings about this, feelings and thoughts. And so I'm going to send the link in chat, but we already have the one and only Atheist Jr. backstage
AJ.
to give comments. So we are Midnight Ranting on Christian versus atheism. What's best for you? And we are moving into the open mic.
Do it.
Jazz hands. Woohoo! What's
Hey,
up,
AJ?
AJ?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
Yes, we can, and it's wonderful to see you as always. Thank you for joining us on this Midnight Ranting for Christian versus Atheism. What's best for you? I feel like you may have some thoughts about this.
Sure. Okay, so right off the bat, I wanted to say, because I'm just responding because I just jumped in and he was talking about atheists don't do anything for charitable organizations, or they don't have any programs or associations that help people. Well, I just wanted to highlight Seth Andrews, who did a charity drive. It's basically this thing where, you know, you have your birthday coming up and you announce on Facebook, like, hey, instead of you guys spending money on gifts for me, I'm setting up this charity, so you can just donate, and that will be, you know, the gift instead. And then also other people are donating, and Seth raised $16,585 for charity water. And so there are 771 million people who live in the world without clean drinking water. And what Clean Water Project, or the charity water, does is that they set up different solutions in areas of Africa, irrigation systems, piping systems, something called biosand filters, systems for harvesting rainwater, setting up systems of more sanitary plumbing and hygiene, which can really help with the spread of disease and lower infant mortality. And it's just one of the Because, there are a lot of charities that are kind of scams, which is unfortunate, but this one has really been shown to be legitimate. So right there, it's just stupid to say that atheists don't do anything at all that's charitable, or they don't have organizations that do good things. Like, you have to be a Christian or you have to be religious to be
It's ridiculous.
charitable. It's just obviously not true. And I think he brought up Pascal's wager at some point.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and the problem with Pascal's wager is that it offers a really brutal punishment for like non-compliance, and then the most wonderful reward for compliance. Well, if Brett thinks that that's a good argument, all I have to do is just say, okay, well, I'm making up my own religion that has like hell, but it's like way worse than hell. It's like double hell. It's like extreme hell, and it's way worse. And you could be wrong. What if you don't follow my religion I just made up? I mean,
Are you worried about it?
And it's sort of like buying a lottery ticket. One ticket will win, just like one religion out of many is the right one to choose and will get you into heaven. And what if you're wrong when you die? What if you didn't pick the right religion? Well, what if you didn't buy the lottery ticket? The only way to win is to buy the ticket. But that doesn't mean that you have any like actual chance of winning. Your chances don't really go from 0 to like a high number. They go from 0 and basically stay at 0. So it's just a really flawed argument. I don't know why Christians are still using it. I mean, I know why. It's because it's one of those arguments that sounds convincing the first time you hear it, but if you think about it for longer than like 5 minutes, it pretty much falls apart. So,
but they're like, it has math in it.
Well, and it's like they have such little evidence for their claims that they had to make the penalty for being wrong just so severe that you would just believe it, even if you really don't think it's true. You'll probably just believe it, say you believe it anyway, just because you want to avoid that billionth of a percent chance that it's true.
Right. Well, we don't control the things that we believe.
Indeed.
That's true.
So I can't, make myself believe something, and
you could just lie to yourself.
But you can't lie to God, though. He would
know that's the thing.
Actually believe it.
You don't really believe it. You're just doing the motion because you're afraid you're gonna go to hell.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
that'd be funny.
And
are you lying to me?
And telling somebody that they should do something basically or else, that's intimidation. That's not a good way of trying to influence somebody to do something. That's threatening them. And Christianity is based on a threat.
Well, that's why it's not free will, because if it was free will, then God would just say, okay, if you want to worship me, fine, worship me. If not, you go ahead. But when you involve, but if you choose not to worship me, I'm going to torture you forever. So go ahead and make your choice. I mean, I don't want to force you one way or the other, but, hey, it's up to you, right?
But God is forcing people, because why would God create people that he knows are going to hell?
Of course.
Why not just create 100% of people that are going to worship you if you want to be worshipped? Why would you create people that aren't going to worship you? That doesn't make any sense.
Because he doesn't care. It doesn't affect him. Whether they're roasting in hell or not. Entertainment.
Yeah. Well, I'm done, Amy. So
thanks, AJ.
Thank you so very much, AJ. And I also just want to send love, because he's sending love to all three, saying thank you for the abundance of quality content from Amy and James. I spent as much with you guys. Anyone love your work? Thank you to
Thank you.
Jr. Woo-hoo.
Yes, and I would also say that I just reached $200 a month on Patreon.
Hells
And-
yeah.
and 4,500 subs. So,
4,500 subscribers. Wow.
yeah.
And it just goes to show you, Kent, Brett, you don't have to sell the invisible product. You could actually go out there and actually get people to believe in rational, skeptical, naturalistic explanations of the universe.
Well, Kent is doing a thing now saying that Atheist Jr. is only getting views because he drops Ken Hovind's name. So that's AJ's riding Kent's coattails,
Well, people like to click on a video of mine when they see Kent's name because they know that I'm going to make fun of Kent and do funny impressions of him. They don't click it because they like Kent. In fact, even a large percentage of the people who watch Kent's own channel don't like Kent. So when you hate subs, how many views my video got, well, a lot of those views are hate watchers. That's how I got started. Watching Kent, I became addicted to hate watching it. You know what I mean? Like
the stupid shit he's gonna say.
Yeah. It was just a guilty pleasure, and I somehow managed to turn it into sort of a job, which is really weird. But they keep the Hovind crowd. They keep whining that I make too many videos about Kent Hovind. That's Brett Keane is saying that I created my channel because I hate Kent Hovind. Well, I have videos that are about Prager University. I did one about John Hagee. I did one about a bit of Orange. I did one about another Christian channel. I forget the guy's name that I found on YouTube. I have a video of me watching the Atheist Experience. I have interviews on my channel with Amy Newman, Aaron Ra, Professor Dave, Michael Granado. I have a variety of videos on my channel. Yeah, a lot of them are Kent because those are my most popular videos because that's what people like to see. The way you make videos on YouTube is you make videos about people who are relevant and who people are interested in seeing. Either they're famous or infamous, and you make content that's good and you put it out for free. You just make the best content you can make, and you give it away for free. And then if people like it enough, they'll support it.
Hells yeah.
Kent is really doesn't understand how YouTube works because he's accusing me of, oh well, I'm putting Kent's video, his name in the title, and look how many views it's getting. It's like, okay, well then that's me taking advantage of a method for getting views on YouTube, and the point of YouTube is to get fucking views. So I'm not going to.
It also showcases how terrible of a human being he is, and how much there is a hunger for people to call out his nonsense.
Yeah, and if he's going to keep lying and keep saying the same stuff, I'm going to call it out and
saying things that are just wrong.
These people can keep complaining, but it's my motherfucking channel, and I will make 1 billion videos about Kent if I want to. And if you don't like it, then don't watch.
He's gonna be drinking their tears.
Yeah.
Made into a fine champagne.
Ooh, thank you so very much, Atheist Jr. And as I like to say, there are only one thing in life that we know of. It used to be death and taxes, but Kent proved that wrong.
All right.
And all right, we're gonna move down the line and then go into open conversation.
Death and Brett King.
But Beamsy, hope you are doing fantastic tonight. We are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. I assume in Brett's head that's a true dichotomy. But how are you doing tonight, and what are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, g'day. The aspect of the false dichotomy of Christian and atheism takes people like me completely out of the question. I'm a pagan. So,
there you go.
Yeah, I already find that insulting. But the aspect of where they were talking about the the girl with cancer or the child with the body full of tumors. What he was trying to represent is what sort of things can you emotionally give to the person, because Christianity can provide one of two things. It can provide hope that there's someone out there that's helping them recover, or hope that something is going to appear after all this pain and agony. That can actually be a very strong drive to actually get better. That's one thing that they think they have over atheists. But the aspect of, as a realist, you can point out that if you can push hard enough, you will get better, because we can find out what is wrong and do something about it. But that's an aspect of realism, and that's not really atheism or anything else. It's an aspect of what reality is. That's where the other aspect of where you were pointing out that you can have medical care, but anyone can do that. It doesn't matter about their background. That's the end of what I was wanting to bring up anyway.
And Atheist Junior had to step out, so good night, AJ.
Thank you so very
Thanks for coming
much,
by.
Beamsy, and thank you so very much, Atheist Junior, for jumping on. And we're going to go into the open conversation, so stick around. Peter, we have been Midnight Ranting
Welcome
on
aboard.
Christianity versus atheism. What's best for you? Sending love also, because Peter helps produce not only wonderful content with Atheist Junior and RN Raw, so go check all of that out at Gonna Go For It. I can't help but continue to shill for non-believers. Nonetheless, Peter, what is up? What are your thoughts about all this nonsense coming from this man?
Brett and I go back a while. There's only one question I would like to ask.
I want you to know that type of statement, it only comes from either a lover's quarrel or if you're two cowboys about to go into a gun duel. But continue.
The latter. So, yeah, it's a pretty famous question, but to Brett, it applies. Have you stopped beating your wife yet?
Oh,
Yeah. Men who beat up their women, yeah, sorry. No respect at all.
Oh, don't need to apologize. Huh?
Yeah, and so he lately he's come back doing the rounds, trying to be relevant again after being canceled by both Christians and atheists. He's worthy of making fun of. That's what I would say. He's been an atheist and a Christian, then an atheist again, and now he's a Christian again, apparently, because that's
in the
what
past
money
year.
is. Yeah, that's where the money is, which you can see by the way he produces his shows. I'm here. Send me money.
Give me money.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very Ken Hovenish technique, if not only maybe a little bit more, because you could tell that Brett is doing it himself.
Well, the one thing is, I would say that at least Hoven puts some effort into it, whereas Brett doesn't.
Sure.
Hoven at least acts like he knows what he's talking about. Brett just talks out of his ass.
Well,
which is a nice segue, because I wanted to ask you this, James. Your debate with the famous Dr. and Hoven, that was your first debate with a professional apologist?
I guess if you consider Smokey Saint and John Maddox to be professional apologists.
No.
No.
It would be stretching to call them amateurs, but so when we did the after show, I hadn't watched the debate yet because I completely missed it, and I have since watched it. Can I say that you did a brilliant job?
Oh, thank you so much, Peter.
I tip my hat because not a lot of people do as good against Kent Hovind as you did, and I'm including people who have at least 4 or 5 debates
Spicy without
already done.
being a dumpster fire.
Yes, and
I was
so
surprised that it went that well. Yeah.
the way you handled it and the nice jokes you were able to throw in every once in a while that went over Kent's head like a dinosaur head.
Yeah.
I loved watching it, and I saved the link, and I'm definitely going to watch it again. But I would hope that Amy would put it on this channel so people can watch
Yeah.
it.
I'll
of
email
people-
SMT.
So I have plans to upload 2 different videos. I think it's actually been a month now. I'm going to upload the DebateCon panel that I was in, and then maybe a week after, I would like to upload, just like James was saying with Standing for Truth's permission, I would also like to upload the debate that James had with Ken Hovind.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. So, I mean, Kent has uploaded it on his own channel already, I think. I'm not entirely sure. He usually does that.
The only reason this is just the producer content. I want to give it like space to breathe on the concept, and so each one spot has their own time, and yet I would very much, I think they're what better spot. So as long as SFD, like to.
Yeah, and so what I usually do if people come on my channel, I say
First of all, hot.
I'm fine. I'm fine with back to the bald pussies.
I listen.
But yeah, see, no, I'm just I can throw you off. I can throw you off.
Toes.
I know exactly how to do it.
Oh, well, I see.
What's better, keeping you on your toes or keeping you on your knees? I wouldn't know.
I don't know. I like both.
Yeah, it's you're a bit like the Catholic.
Oh my! But
stand up
that,
on your knees. Stand up on your knees. It's an entire
up, down. Though sometimes we also want them to go in chains, like this.
Get her some knee pads.
But I do have to ask you, Peter.
All about
Christian
submission.
or atheism? What's for you?
Atheism. And so I'm currently this is a fun thing. I'm currently on Twitter talking to someone who calls themselves a scientist, can't spell, can't use punctuation, but is lecturing me on my position of atheism without knowing my position of atheism because he hasn't asked me yet.
Oh.
But apparently I'm wrong. He hasn't seen my Twitter account nor my channel, but my position is wrong. And when I asked what my position was, he couldn't say. But she's arguing against. She's arguing against all positions because apparently science has proven all of them wrong. That you can't argue a negative.
I don't know what that means.
And on top of that, he's an atheist. So this is a fun conversation. I mean, this is my new chew toy. I have no clue where I'm going with this, but she's offered me already $100 to come on my show, which I have declined so far.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's a different podcast, but you can do whatever you want, Peter.
S.J. Thomas said no.
Oh no! First of all, she wouldn't. Second of all, I wouldn't let her. That ship has sailed. After she tried to blackmail me, that ship.
Oh. You know, it's all fun and loves, and then they have to blackmail. Well, holy moly.
And as you can see behind me, I keep an eye on every. I see all of it. Oh. Even you, Amy.
I see you. Oh, I see. Oh, thank you.
Your camera is on all the time.
You see that StreamYard hack Peter's got
Once again, that's normally a different podcast.
I'm streaming that to a whole different platform. Oh, no, sorry.
To OnlyFans.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Another
So
tube.
that's my take. Don't fall for the silly apologists. God's not real. Not going.
Hashtag God's not real.
Please bring Mark in. We need some sanity in
What?
this.
Hashtag inviting all gods. All gods
I
invited.
am. I'm not sure if we have. Gotcha. So send in. Oh, he's saying he's okay. Well, then we are going to Mark. Do. We have more wonderful people behind stage as we head towards open conversation. Mark Reed. I hope you are.
Sanity. You're looking to me for sanity. That's hilarious, Peter. Yep,
Mark, you are our lifeboat in I assume, a mound of blood. So please.
Okay. Well, I've never heard of this guy before, and I do want to apologize. I haven't been around for a while. I'm starting my final project for university at the moment, so I've been working heavily on that. But I did find myself with some time. I'm so sorry I missed your debate, James.
I was going to say I didn't see you there.
Yeah, if you could link it somehow, because I did while I was watching. I was looking around like Hoven's channel and stuff.
Standing for Truth.
Oh, it was on Standing for Truth. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right. No problem. I can find it there. Not a problem. But yeah, I would like to see it. So
It got rave reviews.
From
everybody on our side. No, not from Hoven. Hoven didn't like it at all.
Oh, he didn't like it. Yeah, it's probably. Well, yeah, I'm imagine he didn't like it, but I think I remember seeing something.
Brett Keane didn't like it either.
I think I saw Paul Logia briefly mention that he's trying to get to 300 debates to beat Gish, because apparently Gish had like 300 debates. So apparently he's just trying to debate everybody he can for this.
Because he used to have he used to have a lot of requirements that he's like not enforcing anymore.
Right, but now he's seen the prize of more debates than Gish, and he's just sort of. Gish was a famous apologist from
Dwayne Gish,
the 80s, kind of 80s, 90s, maybe a bit.
I'm pretty sure that's where the video that we watched tonight came from. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
The Gish Gallop. Yeah. That's who the Gish Gallop is named for.
What he's famous for. Absolutely. Yeah.
Someone should point out to Hoven that Gish did his debates live in front of an audience, which doesn't anymore because no one will have him.
Technicalities don't apply. he ignores technicalities completely. And I wanted to say congratulations to AJ as well. It's a shame he didn't hang on. Yeah, I just want to say to AJ, look, don't worry about what anybody says about you focusing on one individual. Hoven is like an elderly hippo juggling, rubber chickens. It's just the stuff he does and says is so out there. It's kind of riveting. It's kind of you look into the spectacle. So look, don't even worry about it. It's just not even worth addressing, in my opinion, and that's just my opinion. But this Brett guy, I've never heard of him before, and it's really discouraging after you hear him go on about the lack of morals in atheism so much that apparently he has been, involved in sort of domestic incidents with his wife. It's like, well, your religion didn't seem to stop you do that. But there are a few things that I want to point out, and they're just little bits and pieces where he's completely got it wrong. Firstly, that even evolution says there's inherent right and wrong. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It says that we feel empathy, but that doesn't translate to, empathy is knowing what is right and what is wrong. That is not true. It's just a sense of, I can relate and project myself to understand how another organism or another part of my tribe or my group is feeling. It doesn't mean there's a right and wrong there. I think that's really wrong. And some of the stuff that this guy said, I mean, the whole thing, and I love that you brought it up, the thing that he was sort of like, well, God's damned if he does and he damned if he doesn't. It's like saying, oh, the police, if they don't arrest the shoplifter, they're angry. And if they shoot the shoplifter 20 times with with an assault rifle, they're damned if the police do, damned if they don't. What kind of a false dichotomy is that?
It is taking the people in power and being like, oh, they have no choice. No, actually, they're the only ones who do.
You had other options. You could have tased the guy. There's a million other things you could do. And we're talking about, the police who have limited options in a certain situation.
God has unlimited options. He can do anything. Anything.
Absolutely. And I mean, I love talking about Pascal's wager. I'll address Pascal's wager any day of the week. It is such a poor argument. But what was hilarious about this, and I won't sort of recover what other people said, like AJ, who basically went into, well, it's disingenuous if I basically go, well, I believe in God to get the benefit, and won't that God know, thereby sort of annulling any sort of goodwill you have with that God, because you're just doing it to trick them. It's really funny the way that he said, oh, what if it's another God? And then he said, well, that other God would know as a Christian you're doing your best. It's like, hold on a second. For a start, how do you know that? Because their scripture doesn't seem to suggest that in the slightest. And secondly, why doesn't your God go, well, atheists are just doing their best? Why is it that the other gods will be accepting of other denominations and religions, but not accepting of atheists? And why is it that your God wouldn't say, well, the atheists are doing their best, let's not subject them to eternal hell? It seems kind of weird that you want to make these classifications with no justification whatsoever, just to say, oh, well, even if I am a Christian but I'm wrong, it'll be okay. It's a little loophole in the wager there that you can sort of get out of a very inconvenient question. And so why do other religions get a free pass, under your proposed system? I have no idea. And the last thing I want to go into was, of course, atheists not doing anything to improve the world, which is ridiculous. There's a lot of secular, and I'm not even talking about atheist here, just secular in general, non-religious charities and non-religious organizations. The fact that we don't have a religious organization to give money to doesn't mean that atheists don't donate and they don't do good works. You're trying to compare sort of apples and oranges and go, well, if atheists don't have religious charities, then they're not doing good things. No, we still do good things. I don't know where that comes from. And
we do better things because we don't have the preface that you have to accept our God first, so we can provide you with the help that people have donated.
Well, that's true, but there are some religious charities that don't necessitate that as well. Like, I'm not going to lump them all into it. And I do take your point, Peter. A lot of them are, hey, we'll give you this if you take this Bible or you pray with us or do these things. But there are some out there that don't. So, it's a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to stuff like that. And I want to talk about the angry atheist because I wasn't like deconverted. So a lot of the talk has been they're really, really angry. I get annoyed when somebody gives me any misdirections down the street, and it's annoying. I can't imagine how somebody might feel if they fervently and sincerely believe in something they find out it's just total bullshit. That something they've been promised and have dedicated their lives towards just turns out to be a whole load of crap. I can't even imagine how disappointing, frustrating, disheartening that would be. And I think that this stereotype of the angry atheist has come from a lot of people being, quite frankly, reasonably angry that they have been lied to. And I want to address the whole idea of hope, and I do apologize, I didn't catch your name. It was the pagan, so I'd love to know who you are, sort of saying that hope can be beneficial kind of thing. And that is true. That is absolutely true. Like, the fact that if you hope, it can give you drive. But there comes with a lot of moral consequences to that, because it is a placebo. False hope is always a placebo. And we don't allow people to give you a sugar pill and say, hey, this sugar pill will make you better, when it does nothing. So I think that, yeah, hope is good, false hope is not. And I think that's probably what I would say about that. I was really unimpressed with this guy. He just had all the greatest hits again. Bringing out Pascal's wager and leaning so heavily on it is a massive mistake. It's not a strong argument in the slightest. And he seemed to have a lot of excuses for why the loopholes in Pascal's wager just wouldn't apply, based upon his personal feelings about what hypothetical gods, how they would treat Christians rather than atheists.
And so that was Beamsy, and it looks like he's saying we're going to get to the open discussion, and we'll have a good chat.
Can I just interject?
I not only can you
one more thing?
interject, so Peter, what I'm going to say is, I have a comment for you, so too, because from chat, but say one more thing, and then I'll show it.
Okay, so what you said earlier, Mark, you know the example of the guy who's robbing a store, when you have two choices, the police can let him go, do nothing, or shoot him 20 times?
Yeah.
That's an exact mirror of the Christian God. You either go to heaven or you go to hell.
Yeah.
Two options. That's it. And that is why secular morality trumps everything, because we do have more options and we use them.
And I'm gonna bring this up, Peter. You can have like a sentence or two, because I don't looked at Peter's Twitter exchange. Think I strained something, trying to understand the person he was talking to. Thank you so very much, Subtle Dragon.
Yeah. Thank you for your time. I mean, I'm enjoying that conversation. They ran away from me once, and then Randolph DM'd me and said, I've been talking to that person. Here's my take. And I've blocked them now. And I said, well, that gives me the chance to jump into your thread and see if I can get their attention again, which worked. I mean, and the fun part is, I have a few Christian followers, some of which I really appreciate and I would really call friends. One of them is literally in and out of that exchange, mocking the same person. I just love that. I mean, to me, it's just fun. I have no clue what this person is all about. They claim to be a scientist and then lined out. Basically, they're not a scientist. They let them do the dirty work. To which I replied, so basically you're the cleaning lady. And there's nothing wrong with that, but own it, be proud of it. There have to be cleaning ladies as well. They do good work. Don't pretend to be a scientist.
What Peter is trying to say is be who you are. Just love yourself.
Like Peter, who we know has done extensive studies of the whale reproductive system.
Alongside his associate, Dr. Dino.
You just want me to say 50-foot penis. 15.
I got it. He said it like 3 times.
Yes.
Yeah, that was one of my markers. Was not only that.
I can't believe you've been trying to not say that after he got that soundbite cut, but he went right into it. Yeah.
Some people are so easy to trigger and so easy to manipulate to have them say exactly what you want them to say. I mean, so I don't know if you saw the Brett Keane video about our after show, which was hilarious. Kent wasn't triggered by the picture. He mentioned Aaron Ra 40 or 50 times. What do you mean he wasn't triggered? He thought that to me was the best compliment I've ever had. He thought that you were coached by Aaron Ra. I mean,
and this is the thing I said, Brett, this is the guy who incarnates us into SpongeBob and whacks us with hammers for fun. So I think he can accept a little bit of mild teasing on the other end from somebody who has trolled him.
He did a video whacking on Ra after your show because he wasn't triggered as well.
Another whacking on Ra.
Oh,
Another whacking atheist on Ra. And guess what happened? He misplaced his SpongeBob and he asked Matt Powell, who was sitting next to him, where his SpongeBob was. The guy who made a video that atheists have fictional characters as their backdrop helped him look for SpongeBob so Ken could hit it with a hammer. You can't make comedy like this. This shit you just can't make up. And you can see him being uncomfortable having to look for SpongeBob because he realizes I did a show mocking atheists, and now I have to help find SpongeBob.
Well, Matt, if you can't find SpongeBob, you just got to kneel your head down and I'll have to whack you.
I mean,
wouldn't be doing any damage to anything that he uses.
Speaking about Matt Powell, has anyone seen the video he just put out? I'm Not Afraid of You.
On his channel or on Ken Hovind's?
On his channel. So what he did is, I think he rented a very expensive car and he put on a suit and tie, and then he went to all kinds of companies and said, "I'm opening up the same company you have, just a couple of yards down the road. I'm not afraid of you."
Matt Powell?
I have no clue what it was about, but he did it with a car repair, several drive-throughs. Which ones? But kind of McDonald's-style drive-throughs, and another company. The people didn't know what was going on. I watched the entire thing, and I still don't know what was going on. It apparently was a prank. A prank should have
punchline.
A punchline, and this didn't.
And all right, with that, we are actually we got 3 more people backstage. We still got so much fun, but thank you so very much, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
And we are adding ex-Hindu atheist. I hope you are doing well. We are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. What is best for you? What are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
Yeah, thanks for taking me in. I think it's a great show I just watched. Actually, if you look, you just played the video of the Brett, and you would rather call it a full of logical fallacies. And he was talking about, we discussed about Pascal's wager. Actually, if you look at Pascal's wager closely, it doesn't go against atheism. In fact, it supports the claims of atheists that Christianity's afterlife and the belief is based on fear and some sort of greed. So it doesn't really go against, as he tries to claim. And even the idea that he put Einstein's photos saying, the more I study science, the more I believe in God, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, on what account do you think that Einstein is talking about Christian God or a Judaism God, or which God is he talking about? Maybe it's God of something else. So on what basis you are associating that with your own beliefs? So it doesn't make sense. And we have to look at the context when he said that. I mean, we don't have any hard enough evidence that he supported any particular religion, for that matter. We don't have. So maybe the context is different. So today, to associate that quote with yourself, your own beliefs, argument, and then present it in a life is what I would call as logical fallacy here. That's exactly what the entire stream has been happening. And thanks for taking me in. It's been some time. I think last time I came here was when I think it was on the faith healing when I last time joined. So yeah, it's been some time. Yeah. So Christians reacting to atheism isn't just the only thing. I think you'll have Muslims reacting to atheism. You have Hindus reacting to atheism. You have like what do you say, Buddhists reacting to atheism. So everyone has some sort of belief. I mean, the question is, people try to say like it's Abrahamic versus non-Abrahamic. The only difference I say is Abrahamic is direct theism, non-Abrahamic is indirect theism. That's the only difference. I hope it makes sense, but that's the thing. I mean, living in India, so we have lots of Hindus who even claim, oh, atheists are communists, they did this mass genocides and blah, blah, blah. You will have Muslims here as well telling the similar stories that atheists don't have any argument for, morality or, human values or something like that. And they claim that their book contains all the values. Hindus claim that we have a cultural value, we value our great ancestors, something, and it goes on and goes on and goes on, the arguments. So I would like to say that from a purely skeptic point of view, the life we see, we keep updating ourselves. See, the old idea has already become obsolete. It was the idea of humans and the life of that time, not of this time. This time we have a very different view. The reason is we have changed, we have updated. We look at the how science has progressed. So you would probably look. I actually like to call that we are biochemical algorithms, and we like taking lots of information. That's what we have been doing. But at the same time, the emotions, the feelings, the love, the empathy, the compassion, sympathy, what the various emotions we feel, though they are real, yes, they can be having values, but why does it require a religious textbook? Why does it even require a belief in some supernatural? Why does it require belief in reincarnation or belief in afterlife? You can still have a very good life taking into account all this emotion without the God, without the creator, without, say belief in the afterlife or belief in reincarnation, without the necessity of rituals. So we can always account for that. Yeah, that's my whole point, Tammy.
Ooh, thank you so very much, ex-Hindu atheist. And yeah, I think the last one was on faith healing, and so I want to thank you. I think your point of view has been fantastic on both of these subjects, and I really do think that we need to go after. I think we need to go after Hinduism because we really have not done a topic. We were going after a bunch of things.
Yep.
Jehovah's Witnesses, Scientology. I think Hinduism needs to be put on the list.
Yeah. That's the point. You would say Hinduism, though from outside it doesn't look like Abrahamic, where it preaches faith directly, but it's an indirect theism. I mean, you have something concept of reincarnation. You have a concept of karma, which says you are what you are because you did something in previous life. That's Hinduism. I mean, the main problem is, the big problem is, victim is the culprit because victim is suffering because he or she did something wrong in their previous life and they're getting the results now. So it's not a direct theism, but it's an indirect theism. That's what Hinduism is. That's what Buddhism, Jainism is in similar way. Yeah.
Well, thank you so very much, ex-Hindu atheist, and stick around. We are going to go into the conversation in just a minute.
Yeah, sure. I would love to.
Woo-hoo. And go check out ex-Hindu atheist channel. I should have been shouting out. Mark Reed does have a channel, though I do know I consider him an Amy Newman exclusive. But we also have Gonna Go For It. Beamsy has a channel, and check out X Hindu Atheist channel. But all right,
Yep.
we are going down the line. Just two more. Assembly of God. It is nice to have you on. We are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus Atheism. What is best for
Hello?
you?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hey, how's everybody doing?
Not only are you
Before
doing
you-
good, you
before
don't
you
sound like a
start-
Dutchman to me. That we have in the
Before you
channel.
start Assembly of God, I was asked a question by James. Are you me?
What?
Are you
It's a-
me?
Am I you?
Yes?
That-
Are you and
definitely
I
not
the
you.
same person? Are you and I the
I'm
same
definitely not you. No, I'm not you,
Me?
Peter.
person?
We were
The
getting down
avatar
to the
there
bottom of
looks
it.
very
James-
familiar.
James, you got your wish. Both of us in the same stream. How you can know?
No, I'm definitely not Peter, and I don't want to be Peter, okay?
No one
Got
wants to be
that
Peter.
wonderful picture of Smokey and Gavin right there. I thought that had to be Peter.
Yeah. Yeah.
The picture is mine, but he's not me. And
Yeah.
again, thanks for using that. Thank you.
Oh, you're
for that.
welcome, yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Absolutely. But I do have
Sharing
to
is
ask
caring.
you. That's right. Assembly of God. I don't know, Christianity or atheism?
Well, I first want to tell James, great debate, James. I really like your debate with Hovind.
Oh, thank you.
You did an awesome job. I think your two strongest points, well, actually, a lot of your points were strong, but the iridium layer, that always gets creationists. They don't know how to come back on that, and he avoided that like the plague.
Sure he did.
And also, next time maybe throw some genetics in there. I mean, that's probably a different. Well, no, it is the evolution debate. And but I like what you did at the end when you threw in the languages, right? When you compared languages to evolution.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That is a really good, strong point as well, because you could have said, have you ever seen a Portuguese or a Latin baby? A Portuguese mother give
Right.
birth to a Latin baby or whatever,
Yeah. It's a
That
perfect
is a
analogy to biological evolution. Yeah.
Yeah, because his whole point is, can you see a non-dog come from a whatever? He's his usual tropes, and
It's
that blows that out. That blows that out of the water because it says it's a gradual process. That's all.
only
That's how
see-
languages develop.
You only see big change when you look at things that are far apart. You'll never see it. You'll never perceive it in the short term. Like people who have kids, you never notice your kids grow from day to day. They always
Exactly.
look about the same. But if you take a picture from a year or even a couple months, you'll notice difference.
Yeah, and he's so superficial when it comes to that. It's like he only looks at like what's in front of him, and most religious people do that as well. They expect evolution to be this magnanimous change from one organism to another organism. That's ridiculous. How can you
That's
even
their
expect
straw
that?
man. Well, that's their
And
straw
then they
man.
And then they think that's a gotcha, right? Like that's not a gotcha. Look at the genetics. Look. There's so many other pieces of evidence that you can look into. It's not just only, one a person growing gills as soon as they enter the water. That's stupid.
And
Why
that's
would you
what
even think
got
that?
Hove and why he kept complaining. But that's why I said it's not just one line of evidence that points to evolution. The strongest thing about evolution is that you have many lines of evidence all pointing towards
Exactly.
the same thing. If you just look at one of them, just one of them, well, maybe he could come up with an ad hoc explanation to rearrange that one. But
Yeah.
is he going to be able to come up with an ad hoc explanation to explain all of them? No.
And when you have offended Hovind is when he has this nervous laughter. This nervous laughter that he always does. When you said, it's classic when you said the goat herder's manual. Oh my God, he was so offended by that. Oh,
Or
you
when
could see him laughing.
When he asked me
and
if
getting
I
all
was
upset.
when he asked me if I was married, and I said I kind of like, what does that have to
I
do with
love
debate?
that.
What does that have to do with the debate, Kent? But no, I'm divorced. We're in the same boat on that one, Kent.
That is my
He's
Yeah,
just like,
exactly.
that-
I saw that.
he shut
That
up
was a
after
nice-
that.
brilliant.
That was a nice little
brilliant.
jab there.
He
Yeah.
went
That was brilliant.
tucked tail and
Yeah.
turned back on that one. Like, really, Kent,
So
are you going to go into my personal life? I haven't said anything about your personal life, but all right, Kent, go ahead.
I think we should officially adopt the name Goat Herder's Manual for the Bible going forward.
Goat Herders Guide to the Galaxy. Oh,
What do you think about that?
Yeah,
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
if the shoe
Okay,
fits,
so-
wear it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I said if the shoe fits, wear it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as Brett Keane, I don't have much to say about that stooge.
Neither did
you
we.
know, I don't know him that much, but I mean he's such a flip-flopping, phony, flag-waving Christian like all the other Christians out there. You know, that's all I have to say.
Woo-hoo.
Okay, you
Very
can go
arrogant.
into.
Thank
I'm
you,
done, I'm done.
Assembly God. We just have one more person left. We have Midnight Sparkle.
Hello.
What is up? We are sending
Hey.
hearts out to the universe. In fact, we are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus Atheism. What's best for you? What are your thoughts about the video or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I didn't watch the video. I just came in, saw that you were live, and I was like, let me see what they were talking about.
We were almost all Christians. It was so close.
Oh, atheism versus Christianity. Which one's right for me? Which one's right for you? For me, if I'm being honest with myself, I would say atheism is for me because obviously there are many arguments for God, and I haven't looked at them all, but the ones I've seen just don't really do it for me, right? Yeah, there are some arguments that that are
Fall
that
short.
are some arguments that fall short. There are others to where like maybe, but at the same time, like the arguments for God always come down to our inability to explain where our consciousness comes from, and how life originated on our life originated on this planet, and how the universe how the universe came about, right? Many people just don't want to accept that that the universe happened on its own, through natural processes. Now whether our universe is part of a is inside of a black hole, that's definitely an interesting hypothesis they're definitely looking into. But that's the thing, if we are inside of a black hole, that's it's still natural, you know what I mean? But then of course you gotta ask, where the fuck did the black hole come from that we're in? It's just,
Another black hole.
basically. I mean, yeah, it's like even Stephen Hawking talked about how there, how black holes may actually be doorways to mini universes. So our our universe, the other universe has like four dimensions, like width, height, length, and in time. Whereas black holes in our in our universe, they may only have 2 to 3 dimensions: width, width, height, you know what I mean, width, height, and time. You know what I mean? Of course, they would probably also have black holes, which it gets crazy when you think about it. Okay, if it happens to be true, reality is reality is a lot more insane than than we realize. Of course, once you also throw, string theory into the mix, yeah, that's insane. But I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go with atheism because that's just I have to be true to myself. I'm more scientifically minded. Although spiritual, although I do have a special place for spirituality. I guess most atheists do. It's just I don't know. I find the origin of life and the the arise to where consciousness came from fascinating. Fascinating. But I would have to say that consciousness does arise from natural processes. It's just insane. You know what I mean? It's insane that that I'm not trying to diminish life and in us, but it's insane it's insane to think that we can go from a bunch of chemicals in a pond to what we're doing here now. Like, what the fuck? What? What? How does that happen? What?
Very carefully.
Jesus Christ!
Very slowly.
Right? Like 4.5 billion years. Not not like not like 6,000 years. Kent, creationist. Like, what? Give us a fucking program already. Jesus Christ!
But a book said a thing, Midnight. Yeah,
Sure,
they got
book
the book.
did
The
say
book says it.
Well, I mean,
and I can say how it happens. And if anyone else wants to know, you have to ask Amy if she turns on the camera in her free time.
Oh my!
That'll help you along.
No,
Only
but,
on spicy nights.
Yeah, well, see, this is a spicy night, but no, it's not. What I was trying to say that if you say, oh, you believe what a book told you, they'll say, well, so do you. The textbooks, textbooks is written by man, but they don't realize that the textbook, just basically distilled what this distilled the knowledge that exists independent of the textbook. You could say that there are some things in the Bible that you could point to that actually exist in real life. Sure, but at the same time, it's like pointing to New York as an argument for, hey, look, Spider-Man exists or Tony Stark exists. I see Stark Tower in New York.
I mean, the Bible does bring up Egypt, and Egypt is a real country.
Yeah, so there you go.
The textbooks, what they say, should be testable and false. So if it was wrong, we should be able to know it. But the things in the Bible, so many, you can't test them. You just have to accept them on faith, and that's the difference.
I'm really curious which Christian is going to run with the latest discovery that we're living in a bubble, and is going to translate that to the firmament mentioned in the Bible.
Excuse me, Peter, a dome.
No.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean? Well, okay. This is important, Peter. What do you mean by a bubble?
Not the universe, our solar system. Sorry, my bad. Our solar system is in a bubble, which was recently discovered.
I mean, can you go into more detail?
Define
on
a
that?
bubble.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
As if I'm an astrophysicist or a cosmologist. No, I can.
You brought it up, man. You brought it up. You got
I can link people to the video where I found out, and they explained it in great detail.
Well,
please, I'm just
do that.
A stupid idiot from the Netherlands who's old and whose memory's fading.
Please.
No, sorry.
Please. You're not. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with being an idiot. There's something wrong with being from the Netherlands.
As Monty Python pointed out in one of their greatest songs.
The Life of Brian?
No.
I don't know.
How sweet to be an idiot.
Oh,
that's an actual song.
Can you post the link to the video in the private chat?
And while you post that, we are actually going to go into open conversation. Thank you, Midnight. And we're now got about 20-ish minutes before we head to outros, but I want us to actually have some time to be able to talk with each other.
Time.
That's right. We are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus Atheism. What is best for you?
By the way, Amy, I want my cut. Okay, you named this show after me. Okay,
and originally this episode and this podcast did have a lot of sparkling, maybe some rainbows. But...
Oh, okay, Peter. Let's see. Did you post? Nah, I guess I would like to see. I would like to see that video. It's very interesting.
By the way, I did post a link in the private section. Can we have a show and look at that?
I mean, I can't see. Oh, there it is. Beamsy, what do you think of? Okay, no, I can't read that out loud.
Okay, so they're basically saying that the solar system is in a bubble and the shell is comprised of gas and dust left over from exploding stars. So, okay, so apparently we've known about this bubble, the star-forming regions nearest the solar system, for decades, but Catherine Zucker at Harvard and her colleagues have just made a clear connection between the local bubble and the greater, stars in the region. Okay,
because
so,
Voyager 1 and 2 have recently passed through it. That's why it's coming back into the mainstream again. But it's not a bubble per se. It's a gravitational field of a gravitational influence beyond the Oort cloud. It's a lot more complex than what he put it as.
Yeah, Peter, what the hell, man? You shouldn't have said bubble. You should have just said gravitational field.
No, it's more
the title of the video that I watched is "Scientists Discovered a Bubble Around Our Solar System." So we live in a bubble.
In a sort of a analogy sense, like they would use nothing for sort of a quantum field.
I know, but my way of saying it is a lot more triggering for potential Christians.
Oh, so
The way
that's
of
what you
saying
want to do.
everything is more triggering for potential Christians. It really is.
Whereas for me, as an astrophysicist, I just facepalm.
Ooh, you are an astrophysicist. Ooh, I love you already.
But back to what I was actually going to talk to you about, in regards to the idea of the sugar pills, the same thing.
Well,
hope is a huge drive towards it, because I have spent a great deal of time in hospital after my injuries, and you can see the difference between people who have hope and people who don't. And that's one of the biggest reasons why the suicide rate for ex-servicemen is so high.
Okay, but the problem is that what you're talking about isn't necessarily hope that may not be validated. You're talking about sort of a credible hope, one that you can say, well, if I sort of have hope for the future and I find things meaningful in my life, I'll have the hope to continue. Whereas from our perspective, that a belief in God isn't necessarily justified hope. It may be completely untrue and therefore false hope.
But in some aspects, it is needed for the placebo effect because of the aspect of what it can do for the drive.
So do you think prescribing a placebo is a moral thing to do?
That's where the gray area comes in. Sometimes it's the right thing to do, and sometimes it's not. It all depends on the situation.
When is it the right thing to do to prescribe a placebo to somebody?
Some people have a psychosomatic addiction to painkillers. It is sometimes better to give them an identical pill that looks exactly like the painkillers they've been taking, but it has no effect. So that way, their brain starts kicking in with the natural releases that it would expect by taking that pill.
I would challenge that. I don't think it's ever moral to lie to somebody in order to trick them into anything. I think that the reason why we don't prescribe placebos in medicine is based upon a good moral foundation of the patient always being aware of their treatment. So it violates that ideal in medicine that they're always aware of their treatment and understand what is being given to them. And I think that that's really important.
Yeah, can I meet you two halfway? Because I read that the placebo effect actually works even if the patient knows they're being given a placebo. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
right?
I would say when
you could replicate the effect by just simply saying, "Hey, if you have this attitude or this emotional response, you can replicate the effect of a placebo."
Well, I mean,
the big difference is if you take a placebo pill, that doesn't come with a ton of baggage, whereas a God does. That comes with a holy book. with rules, with everything. And that's where I would draw the line. Placebo pill, you can use that when it's for the good of the patient. Shoveling in a God, knowing that there's a Bible, a Quran, a Torah, whatever holy book you want to use, no.
Well, I just wanted to say.
Well, I think. Well, I think the Bible and these books are placebos. That's what I think.
Right, but like what I'm trying to tell.
Depends on the person who reads it, because a lot of abhorrent behavior comes from people reading the Bible.
No, I get that as well. Yeah, but they mainly used it as a placebo to calm themselves down. When nothing else works. Right?
Can I just say something here? Look, Peter and S, neither of you stutter. Okay, so I'm trying to get my point out. Now, I don't know.
And we're not the same person. We just figured that out.
Yes, I got it. Thank you. And I don't know what this gentleman in the middle's name is because it's hidden. But the power of suggestion. The power of suggestion is really, really, truly amazing. You know what I mean? So you're saying you correct me if I'm wrong, but you say you don't think that the placebo effect would work or something. I forget what you said.
No, I'm not saying that it wouldn't work. I'm Mark, by the way.
Mark, yes, thank you.
I didn't say that it wouldn't work. I'm very aware that these placebos do work, and they work very strongly. I'm saying it's not moral to use placebos to give somebody a reaction that is based upon a lie.
I mean, I've literally never heard anyone argue that it's immoral, that it's immoral to give people placebos. You are the first one I've come across.
Well, I mean, doctors won't prescribe placebos to people.
Actually, they do.
Well,
I'm guessing Bibbsy is a doctor.
No, I'm not a doctor.
No,
I've spent the last 17 years in hospital getting my 22 kilos of metal and plastic all fixed up. I also
Aren't placebos just used for trial studies and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's one of the situations where they're definitely used as a control group. But in that case, the point that I'm making is that the doctor will say to them, listen, you may get a placebo or you may get the real thing, and you don't know which one it's going to be, and it's conditioned upon you knowing that you may get a placebo that you're led into the trial at all.
I mean, I'd rather take the placebo.
It's immoral to give somebody a treatment where they do not understand what it is that they're getting. It would be abhorrent in medicine to lie to somebody, tell them, hey, this antidepressant will make you happier, and it's just a sugar pill. That's horrible.
That's right. Well, it does go against the Hippocratic oath that doctors have to take. It does go against that.
Well, they don't take the Hippocratic oath anymore. They take the Oath of Geneva. They updated it a while ago. The Hippocratic oath isn't what doctors take anymore.
Similar.
Because it is similar, yeah, but do no harm isn't something they adhere to anymore. Because if you've got to cut somebody's leg off to say, it's now do what's in the best interest for your patient.
Right, exactly.
But there is something about transparency with the patient, that they are aware of what they are getting from the doctor, that they have a certain level of knowledge that the treatment they are receiving is what they say it is, and is the correct treatment for what it is that they're
right. But let me I think Bibbsy probably can agree with you. Can agree with me, maybe not. I don't know. But you're talking about being transparent. You're talking about doctors being transparent when when they give you, like when they give you a medication or whatever. Like, I'm speaking from personal experience. All the medications I gave, the doctor was not transparent at all. I had to go online and look at the side effects myself. You know what I mean?
So a doctor did something that is unprofessional and immoral. I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. So when I'm saying, hey, this is what's moral and what ought to happen, I'm not saying there aren't cases where it doesn't. right? I might say, hey, it is moral not to steal things that you don't need, but it happens all the time. That it doesn't, I'm not prescribing a sort of reality to the situation. I'm saying that this is what the doctor thought he was doing.
This may be, this may be very cynical of me to say, but at the end of the day, doctors need to make money, right? So they can push, they can push medication that will help them make that money. Well, maybe also sort of helping the patient. They will do that. You know what I mean?
So, but is that the problem of the doctors, or is that the problem of the system in general?
That's the system. There are problems with overprescription, money in medicine,
Yes.
pay for healthcare. There's a massive problem. That's another topic for another time.
Right, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? You're saying
no,
that.
I 100% agree with you. There are these problems in medicine. I agree.
And I will say, guys, we got 10 more minutes of questioning for the open combo.
What I'll quickly say, though, is our current system of medicine, as flawed as it is, and don't get me wrong, I acknowledge all of the problems that you pointed out, Midnight, as flawed it is better than a system not there to have medicine at all, or one that existed a while ago, for what it's worth.
Mean, I don't know. I would say that it can be better, but it would definitely take a revamp on the entire system, and big pharma needs to. I don't know. I don't know if big pharma needs more. I don't know if big pharma needs more or less regulations.
We're getting
I tell you what.
Has there been studies done?
It's faith healing.
Has there been studies done on people? Sorry. Has there been studies done on doctors overprescribing medication for people?
That's a good question, actually.
Sure,
But here's the thing: is we're talking about faith. We're talking about faith healing. This is like the entire point of it. Now, the faith healing that you're thinking about is usually it's usually religious faith healing. Right now, you could say that the placebo effect that the doctor gives you, it's also faith healing. But I gotta tell you, because I'm interested in the brain consciousness and all that, and I gotta tell you, the human mind, is very powerful. It's very powerful at healing itself. And and the rest of the body, because there's such a connection between psychosomatic connection between the brain, the mind, brain, and body. That by fixing one, treating one, you essentially treat the other. You know what I mean?
I'm calling complete bullshit on that.
Okay, well you can.
It's the opposite. If you're in the wrong mindset, your body will give up. There's no scientist on the planet will tell you that just by putting your mind to it that you can heal yourself. That is entirely impossible.
Well, you are strawmanning me, Peter. That's not what I said. Okay, I'm saying that the two.
That is what you said.
Well, let me try again.
I understand what Midnight is saying. I understand what he's saying. He's saying there is certain kind of powers that the brain. I would say powers. I would say abilities that the brain has to heal itself, right, and to heal the body. But that comes down to time, and whether what measures you take to actually reduce that stress on your body. That's what it comes down to. It doesn't come to some kind of magical force. Are you saying that there's a magical force?
Well, what I'm saying is that will doesn't come into this.
Peter, just give me 1 second. I want to talk briefly about this holistic approach and holistics is everything altogether. So you can work on your mind, you work out your body. It does help build a healthier lifestyle, and there is health implications about holistically addressing your health. But that's different than holistic medicine, where they basically say, oh, well, you can, if you're healthy in your mind and you can will yourself to healthiness, you can be healthy. And that's bullshit.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say it's bullshit, but there's a lot of studies
It
out
is.
there that show it. You know what
No,
I mean?
they don't. Holistic medicine has been absolutely thrown out of the. It's been absolutely debunked.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
don't. Yeah, I mean, they have done studies on holistic medicine, and while holistically addressing your mental health, your physical health, they can impact one another. It's not like holistic medicine where addressing some other part of your person or your life is going to heal you of sickness or heal you of something else. That's just not
So
the case.
Midnight, are you saying that there's some kind of magical thing going on there?
I mean, literally not. And it's not magic. Okay, it's not. It's not magic. It's just It's just using. Stuttering is annoying. It's just using the power, the power of your own minds to reframe, to reframe the way you think about the world, the way you think about the world and yourself, right? If you're constantly thinking negative thoughts, obviously you're going to be, that's going to be reflected. It's going to be reflected in your body, right? Once you start changing, your thoughts to be more positive, and notice I said positive, not happy thoughts. That's what a lot of people. That's
But
what a lot of people don't
doesn't
seem
that
to
come?
understand.
But doesn't that come just down to time heals all wounds? Like, I mean, that's a valid thing, right?
Hold on.
There's no magic involved. That's a natural solution. Time heals all wounds. Obviously, time's going to heal everything, right? There's no magic involved.
It's an aspect of a positive.
If you're in a negative mindset, right? If you're in a negative mindset, you're
okay. Hold on, Mark. Hold on,
you're
please.
feeling down. But let me finish. I'd let you talk.
Well,
for
I was
a long time.
I was gonna address what he said, but all right.
Let Mark
If you're
finish.
in a negative sort of space, and you're really down, and then you're keeping home and you're not exercising. All of this can have an impact on your health. Yes, I acknowledge that completely. That's different than, well, I've got a tumor, I'm going to think about it positively and get over it. It's a completely different story.
Yeah, you can
That's
fix
literally
the
not-
negative. You can't make anything into the positive, if that's a better rewording, because that has been proven to be entirely bullshit.
A positive frame of mind can result in a more positive outcome from treatment. Would be the best way of putting it.
Sure, yeah, I would agree.
Which would be making sure that you do not have a negative state of mind in which you would just give up and would and that would lead to stress, and the stress would worsen your situation anyway, and that would have an impact on your health. The fact is that you can reduce the negativity on your health process and on your healing process. You can't induce positive things to your health process.
Hence,
that has been thoroughly debunked.
And that's a total natural explanation. That's a totally natural explanation.
But I'm just gonna ask. I never said that. You know what? I never said it was magic.
I didn't say that you said it was magic, but the words you used is that a mindset can heal your body. That is bullshit.
No, I think Assembly asked if it was magic, and I get that isn't what you were saying. You made that quite clear. I get that, and I think Assembly was asking, not saying you're claiming it's magic. So if he's asking,
and also.
I assume
and also to give it a word to at least make it palatable for people to understand what we're talking about here. I don't even think that Assembly strictly meant magic. But I could be wrong.
That's why I was very particular in saying that a positive mindset can lead to a positive outcome from treatment, and it has to have both the mindset and the treatment to actually come to a positive outcome.
But I never said that there wouldn't be treatment. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
no, nobody
I'm
said-
saying,
Okay, let's not say magic. Let's say supernatural. Are you claiming supernatural abilities?
no, you.
But
No,
the
Artie was actually
problem,
basically
Midnight,
making the claim that I said.
Midnight, the problem with all of this is that you implied that medicine wasn't necessary for the body to heal, that the mind could do something by itself,
Well,
which is bullshit.
That's not what I meant. That's
That-
not what I meant to
that's-
imply, Peter.
That's how it came. That's how it came across.
Okay, well, let me
This
Well,
is why I
Midnight
said we're being
clarify their
distracted.
position then. Let Midnight clarify their position then, because it
Okay.
did seem that way to me, but I could have been mistaken.
And then
Yeah, to me
actually,
as well.
guys, we are going to let Midnight have the final word on this, and then we are going to move into outros.
Well, I have a lot of. Okay, let me try and clarify. I do think that that medical treatment is obviously is important. If you got cancer, you're not gonna you're not gonna sit there and meditate to have the cancer go away. Obviously not. But if you have cancer and you get treatment and you use meditation along with the treatment, okay, that helps more. You know what I mean? Than just the treatment itself. So a positive attitude would definitely help, and a positive attitude would definitely help on top of the treatment you get. Now, the whole thing we were talking about was faith healing, to where you know what I mean? Just believe really hard, and your cancer was gone. Obviously not. Is that clarifying?
Yeah, and
I just noticed one thing, and I want to throw that in. I just noticed the title of the show, Midnight Ranting.
Yes, I've got the joke already.
Sorry.
yeah, and that's why I think that faith healing is kind of a placebo. It's not. It hasn't been proven to work in have any effect.
Okay, but hold on. We're talking about physically healing, right? Not
Right.
psychologically.
Well, yeah, I mean, faith healing
If
is
the mind
physical.
is helping to heal, then it's psychologically.
Well,
Right.
no, but the outcome is physical. Like the faith healers that sort of say, call up and we'll pray your cancer away. They literally say that.
Well, no,
that-
I know,
that is
I know, but I wanted to make a distinction here to where
Okay.
if you have cancer, that was freaking me out. To where you have cancer, right? You have cancer. You get treatment for it on top of having a positive mindset, to think that you will survive. But say the issue is more psychological, in the sense to where you lack confidence, to where you lack confidence in yourself, and and rather than seeking treatment from from a therapist, you look into the therapist itself, and then do those therapies yourself as a way to help yourself.
Are there
You know what I mean?
studies that says that a positive mindset can actually, in conjunction with regular medical treatment, can actually help a patient recover faster or better? Is there studies that say that?
Yes, I can
No,
actually
there are
get them if
studies.
you want.
There are studies that say the opposite, that a negative mindset can influence recovery in a bad way, which is what I was trying to point out. It works one way, not the other.
But you just said it influences recovery in a bad way. That means they get worse.
Yes. Yes, but if your positive mindset doesn't mean it gets better.
Yeah, so that's where the conundrum comes in, right? So
Exactly.
you have to have a positive mindset and receive conventional medical treatment in order to survive your malady, right? Which is kind of a crapshoot. It's a Pascal's wager. It's a paradox.
No, with
It's a paradox, right?
positive, no, with a positive mindset, what you can do is maximize the treatment you have. You do not get a better treatment. It's not going to be better. You maximize the treatment that you get. The negative mindset.
But what does maximize
But a
mean?
negative
You just said
mindset. Still, the outcome is the maximum of the medical treatment that you get. Nothing more.
And guys, we are going to put a pin in it. We can continue actually on the after show on Discord, but everyone will be able to say their final words on the subject or anything we've been talking about in their intros. We are Midnight Ranting, Christianity versus atheism. What was best for you? We are moving into our outros.
Hello.
Woohoo! What is up? Thank you once again, Midnight Sparkle, for joining us.
Thanks for coming back.
Yes, it was lovely to have you. And like I said, we always actually like when it gets spicy because he who controls the spice controls the universe. Nonetheless, I hope you had
You
a
only
fun
use that
time.
joke once a stream, Amy.
Listen. I can't help it. It's too good.
Too spicy?
It's too spicy. I was trying to think of another Dune joke, and I couldn't even do it. I'm trying to think of if you can't even do the song, if you walk like the worm. But Midnight Sparkle, Midnight Radio, Christianity versus atheism. What is best for you?
Atheism, 100% is best for me. Atheism. You know what? All you Christians, stay away. I don't want to convert. Okay, I don't want to be a Christian. But regarding what I said, like when we were talking about the faith healing and the placebo effect, I will admit that there is everything out there. There's always a lot of conflicting research, right? It's really crazy when you think about it. Okay, on the one hand, oh hey, this study proves this. Oh no, this study doesn't, proves the opposite. Like, it's enough to go insane. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I probably just need to get better at communicating because, you know what I mean? Obviously, a lot of people thought I was saying something when I wasn't. Like, I never claimed, oh my God, magical, this, magical, supernatural. No, it is all, it is all in the mind. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think, I've learned a lot over the years about the power of the mind. And
when you say it's all in the mind, that's a broad statement, man. Why you say it's all in the mind? It's not all in the mind.
It literally is. Okay,
that's just incorrect. That is a false statement.
You didn't let me explain, but that's fine. That's the.
Yeah, we'll talk about it on Discord after the show if you guys want to keep it going.
Yep, sending love to the entire panel. But yes, does that wrap up your final thoughts?
It does, lovely Amy. It does. I just didn't link to your Discord.
Woohoo!
You're not on the Discord, Midnight?
Nope.
Oh, we'll send it into chat and onto the screen then.
Is it in the description, maybe?
Yes. And that's what I'm going to get right now, and I'll send it into chat.
After all this time, you've never been on our Discord, Midnight. How happened? Did you not get that memo?
No, I never got the memo.
But I want to thank you, Midnight, as well as, of course, being the mascot of the show. So
yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? Where's my royalties? How much money are you making from this?
I want you to know that whatever I pay you right now, I want you to double it.
And we'll go ahead and make sure you get another copy of that memo.
Wait, did you say peg?
Did
I hear you correctly?
I did it, but now we're talking my language.
No.
But thank you so very much, Midnight Sparkle.
I'm a weirdo. Sue me.
Oh, once again, we don't kink shame no one on this channel. Assembly of God. We have been Midnight Ranting.
She said when she put up the guy in his underpants.
Yeah, okay.
I like it.
I was just saying, okay, this
like
picture is too spicy for YouTube.
I
Okay?
was gonna say we are all just a bunch of normal. Gavin, is that you? What are we talking about? Christianity versus atheism.
Gavin, what happened to your pants?
Yeah.
And he was supposed
Is
to
this
be
the guy?
Gavin.
Is this the guy you're going to debate again, Amy?
That's oh my god! I have to send praise an email, a response email. I did one response and I
Round
just
two?
saw another one for the date. But yes, I believe Gavin and I are going toe to toe, pants for pants.
Perfect question. I have the perfect opening question for you.
What's that?
Just say, Gavin, why fronts?
Why fronts? Why are you fronting me?
Why front? Why front?
Though I do have to send love to any old Earth creationists. Please, for the love of their God, please just believe in science. PSA for everyone.
I think Gavin needs an OnlyFans.
That's right. Now we're talking.
I may have enough pictures already to make that
Peter
happen.
could set that up for him.
Oh my. But,
well, make sure you send that link to Smokey so he can subscribe right away.
see, now we're making
love
love
you, Smokey.
connections. A very misty channel. But Assembly of God, we have been Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. I don't know. What's best for you?
Thank you. I think atheism is probably the way to go. But then again, I don't like tribalism. So please, atheists, please don't become like some kind of messed up tribe. You know that you know wanna go and like become some kind of Gestapo organization. You know what I mean?
We're
don't
not
become
for
that.
forced deconversion. We just want people to agree with us. If they don't, they don't.
That's right. Just
I
use
fully
your mind.
agree. There's a difference between a community and a tribe. I fully agree.
Exactly. Yeah. Just just use your rational thinking skills and all that stuff, and let if they don't no violence. I don't have atheists are never violent at all. Or whatever, they would walk away from a fight, even if a guy calls them a chicken or whatever, or calls their mother a slag or whatever. They walk away from a fight.
Going back to the
right?
future, in that case, I may get a little bit panicky if you call me chicken.
Yeah, and if you have your camera on you, fucking record that shit, and then sue the guy's ass, whoever wants to punch you in the face. All right. But what I'm saying, James, great job again. Amy, thank you so much for these streams.
Thank you.
Awesome job. Late at night, early in the morning. I love these streamers. They let people just let loose and hang out and and chill and all that stuff when they can't sleep. Insomniacs need an outlet. Yeah. And going back to the debate, the good strong points there, James. I would maybe get familiar with more genetics and stuff like that. Bring in more genetics, because genetics is like you start with the iridium layer, then you go to the language, how the language is developed, and then you hit them with the genetics in the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is your.
I mean, it was time-wise. If we had a longer debate, but
no, I know what you. But you bring up chromosome number 2. You bring up all that shit about the mutations and
the fusion of the chromosome from the common ancestor.
That's all relevant. That's all relevant. You can show a chart of the chromosome, and you can show them a chart how the chromosomes fused, and this is what makes us different. And and if scientists actually pull those chromosomes apart, it actually changes the whole damn structure, right? So those are. Yeah,
and that's the thing when you're debating about evolution, is there are so many lines of evidence that, I mean, the difficulty is to choose which ones you're going to present, but there's so many of them. But that is some good evidence from genetics. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Now, when it comes to this mind-body healing conundrum, or this thing, there's so much science that still needs to be done in order to figure out the connection between mind and body. Obviously, and when people say that it's all in the mind, I don't I don't agree with that. Okay, that's a false statement. Okay.
Yeah, well, we'll
You
talk about
cannot
it on
claim-
Discord.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to come to Discord. I'm probably
that's
going to go to
fine.
that.
Are you on our
But when
Discord?
But when people make those kinds of statements, that's wishful thinking, right? And I don't think we should be thinking that kind of way, right? Because now you're assigning some kind of other agency to the mind. You're assigning like the mind has control over everything, which is not necessarily the case, right? Like sometimes it comes down to the physicality of things, right? Comes down to hormonal balances. It comes down to the physicality and physics, right? And I don't think the mind has complete control over the body's physics. I don't think so. And that's an argument that we can get into over time. And
continued.
but I understand your point, Minette. I'm not talking down on you or whatever. I understand where that point is coming from, right? But I think it just needs a rethinking, and we are in our infancy when it comes to mind-body connection, right? That's all I have to say. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Assembly of God. It was lovely having you on.
Thank you, Amy.
And all right, we're moving right down the line, and then we're heading off to Discord for the after show. Ex-Hindu Atheist, what is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus Atheism. What is best for you, as well as a whole bunch of back and forth. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. So it's been great. I've been listening to the people here, and yeah, it's very interesting to hear all the points. So just to add, I would say religion is the byproduct of creation, byproduct of fear. I would say fear of death. I mean, it's like people have either reincarnation or afterlife, or they hope that there is some other religion which is trying to dominate us. Only fear has led to the sustenance of religion. So I would say even Christianity, for that matter, people are following due to the fear. Same thing with Hindus, same thing with Muslims, same thing with Buddhists, same thing with others, even Jews. So you can come boil down to this point that it's the fear after death. I mean, what happens after I die? What happens to the person who dies? So that fear is what makes them follow the religion and the diktats. You remove that fear and fear of other religions, and you explain to other religious group also, look why it's not valid, and this keeps on like going to down this belief. So you would probably say that society could be much more better, it could be much more humane, and it could be much more secular, you would say. Add to that point, I mean, this is just a statistics, okay? The number of followers of Christianity, Islam, Hinduism constitute around 72% of the world's religion. I mean, that's a big number. Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, you put together, the following is 72% total. So you would have to remove the fear of this fear out of these 72% of the people. If you can remove the fear of these 72% people, the religion goes. There is no need of it. Yep. That's my whole point. Hope hope people and the audience understand it. Yeah.
Ramen.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ex-Hindu Atheist. And if I forgot anyone that has a channel that wants their channel shouted out, please tell me. I am going to just keep on shouting out. Ex-Hindu Atheist does fantastic channels in Hindi and in English. I've seen fantastic content. Go check it out. And yeah. Thank you so very much, ex-Hindu Atheist, for coming on.
Yeah, thanks. I would surely join Discord as well. Yeah.
Woohoo! That's right. We did also send the Discord in the link. So go check that out. And we are going to be moving right down the list and then heading to the after show in Discord. But, Mark, we have been Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. I'm fairly sure you just got convinced to be a Christian. So I really do want to know, after all of the theological talking, Christianity or atheism?
Oh, of course. Every time I show up here, I'm convinced to be a Christian. It never sticks, but every single time I seem to be accused of being a Christian afterwards. Yeah, no, this was terrible. Yeah, I'd love to go more into Pascals and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I can't make the live chat. I do have to go for dinner, but it was a pleasure to speak to you all. Yeah, really fascinating conversation. And I do want to thank Beamsy for talking with me and sort of getting into that whole idea of hope. And just as a last thought, and sort of things that we touch upon, the utility of something doesn't give it the right to happen. Like, I think that pointing to faith healers is an exact sort of replication of that. It's sort of if you really, really believe and they're telling you, hey, I'm going to do this, and that hope helps you get after it, it's still immoral, even if you do get over that tumor, or if you do, if you're happier with your life, because they're basing it upon something that isn't true. I could tell somebody, hey, after you die, you could be transported to the great ramen bowl in the sky, and you could eat all the noodles that you want for the rest of your life under the flying spaghetti.
Praise his noodly appendage.
Praise his noodly appendages, ramen. It doesn't really matter that you feel good about it. It's the fact that it's not true that is the false hope that's given. And I understand that people want to go, well, what if it's true? What if it's true? Yeah, sure. What if it's not? It's not to say, hey, you shouldn't believe it because it's not true. It's saying you shouldn't base the truth of something on the outcome it gives you, how good you feel about it. Because what's true and what's not true has, like, how hard you believe it and how good it makes you feel has no bearing on whether it's true or not. It doesn't matter. And I want to know the truth. I want to know things that are real and are actual reality, rather than, as Brett in the video said, oh, but if you're an atheist, you don't go to heaven, and you don't. Regardless of what you believe, that may be the truth. And it's a hard truth. It sucks. Yeah, we'd all love there to be an eternal life, that we never have to die and we experience bliss after we die and we're going to be here forever. But if that's not true, I would rather know that and live in reality than have a good feeling hope about the great ramen bowl in the sky. And that's sort of part of humanity. There are truths that you don't like that you're going to have to accept. That's what being human is.
Wow, I'm retarded.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry. Never mind. Sorry. My bad.
No, please elaborate on that.
No, I was just thinking out loud and I forgot I wasn't muted.
Okay, well, say what you really think about my outro. Don't hold back or anything.
No,
wow.
No, I said
okay,
I'm retarded, not you. I said I'm, not you. But I do have a question. Like, is it? Well, no, it doesn't. I can make a moral judgment based on my morality. If you agree with my meta ethics, I can demonstrate how it is superior. And I'm like, that seems like a bold claim to me. How do you show that that your meta ethics is superior?
No.
I know. I'm not trying to derail the outro. Okay, I have a tendency to derail conversations.
No.
I have a bad habit.
No, I can't prove that my meta ethics is superior. I can prove that my moral position within that ethical framework is superior. Right. So if if we can agree, and this is the meta-ethical part, if we can agree on the framework that well-being is the most important thing, that human well-being is the most important thing, I can prove objectively that me not killing people is superior to a position of killing people. Does that make sense? Like, if we get that framework established first, then I can demonstrate the superiority of one position over another.
Right. That makes sense. But it seems to. It doesn't seem to address cases where to where killing somebody as purposeful in self-defense, or or a capital punishment. Now obviously obviously you had to simplify it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
I mean,
morality is one of the most complicated and convoluted subjects on
tell
the
me about
planet.
it.
And, if you don't believe that, start doing some trolley problems and see if the weird and wacky things that you end up with. It's hard and it's difficult, and there's nuance in it. But I think that if I take a meta-ethical position that your autonomy, your ability to make informed and good choices for yourself is part of that framework, then I can prove that, or I can demonstrate that somebody lying to you about a treatment is interrupting that right to an autonomy, that right to make decisions based upon true information.
Yeah.
And that's the claim that I was making. Not that I could prove that my meta-ethical framework of this is necessarily objectively true or has to apply to you as well. No, I wouldn't make that claim.
For me, and I'll just say this and let you continue. For me, I don't like placing labels on myself. I don't like saying, "Oh, I'm a moral relativist," or "I'm a whatever the ones," because because it seems to keep somebody somebody closed off from other moral positions, right? Morality, as you said, is convoluted, and we as people should always should always try to update our morality, so to speak. You know what I mean? Always.
These labels, they're just a shorthand to a series of positions that have previously been established by others. And they just make it quicker to outline my positions on certain things to somebody else who is familiar with that label. I don't claim that they 100% box me into there, and I don't make that stipulation. They're just handy to say, hey, I'm an atheist, and that sort of is a shorthand to things that I believe about God.
I get that.
And I also sort of, I reserve the right to claim any label that I feel that I belong to, or that I wish to belong to.
Well,
if my views don't, I'm talking right now. If my views don't adhere to those labels, then I do reserve the right to clarify where my views differ in relation to that labeled position, and that may very well be the case.
Right, but I just wanted to say that as I've seen it, as I've seen it, people who adopt who adopt the label, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they put themselves in a box to where they don't, to where they don't get out of. You know what I mean? They don't expand it. This is just something I've noticed. Maybe it's maybe it's a me thing. You know what I mean? But that's just something I've noticed. The people that put themselves in a box, they're always like, "Oh well, I can't get out of here because I'm this." You know what I mean?
Well, I've got no control over your perception of what happens when I use a simple label.
No, I know. I'm just saying personally. Just saying this is a personal thing. I don't mean to derail your outro. So
that's fine. No worries. But I've forgotten what I talked about. So I think so
But are you done being a Christian? That's what I would like to know.
Yes.
I think I have as of 10 seconds ago.
Yes.
But thank you so much for having me on. Do subscribe to Amy. She does amazing content. Do throw a like down there because she certainly deserves it. I want to say thanks to AJ. I'm sorry I missed you. I really would have liked to talk to you, mate. Haven't talked to you for ages. Peter, always a pleasure. Thank you so much to Assembly and Midnight and Beamsy and Hindu Atheist. A pleasure to meet you.
Ex-Hindu Atheist.
And I'm sorry if I missed anybody, but Amy and James, love you both. Awesome
Thanks,
stuff.
Mark.
And thanks for having me on.
Check out the debate if you get a chance. I want to hear what you think of it.
Yeah.
Whenever you get time.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Will do.
And all right, thank you so very
Have a
much.
good night, Mark.
Mark Reed, go check out his awesome Debate Me Bro on this very channel. And all right, we're moving right down. Peter, we have been Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. I don't know. Are you feeling your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ moving towards you?
Yeah, and he just dropped off. I did have something for Mark. Mark said he liked people to be fully transparent. So let me get fully transparent here.
Fully transparent.
Oh my.
Fully transparent, as you can see. Yeah.
Funny.
So, Christianity, no. As I said earlier, it comes with baggage. It comes with a holy book, which is 9 out of 10 times completely misinterpreted, and it is used to limit the freedom of people, which I find abhorrent. I mean, and we don't have to go far. If we look at the current state of the United States, where there now is a state where you cannot say gay. So let's all say gay, because saying gay doesn't mean that you're gay or you want anyone else to be gay, but it means that there's nothing wrong with being gay. So if we can please say gay as often as possible, because being gay just makes you gay.
Wait, which state is this?
Happy.
It's Florida.
And see,
Florida. Okay.
exactly,
You know, one moment.
exactly, Amy.
I'm all for it.
Let me go on Twitter.
We need to say gay. We need
it's
to
in
have
the
the word out.
schools primarily. Like they're trying to get teachers in the lower, especially lower grades, to just not acknowledge homosexuality at all.
That's only a small part, because you also have a state that is now prosecuting parents of transgender children, which I find even more repugnant.
Because they're trying to pass laws to prevent any type of transitioning or health care being given to them.
They have passed a law where they can now prosecute parents and prosecute teachers who do not speak out about the parents. And there's another thing that came up where in a certain state, and I'm sorry that I forget all the states. It's a different country for me, so I'm not jotting all of them down. But
that's
there's another
okay.
state.
Most Americans don't know all 50 states.
Exactly. So, but there's another state that now has made it possible for any relative of a rapist to sue a rape victim if she chooses to have an abortion.
What in the fucking what?
So let's just say that there are a lot of cases to be made against Christianity. All of this is in the predominantly Christian states, in the Bible Belt, in the religious part of the USA. Those laws come from people who cater to Christians and to fanatical Christians. And so, yeah, it's not just that you're believing in something that doesn't exist. The baggage that comes with it is even worse. And if there's one thing that I want to come back to about the medicine, if you're using a placebo, the moment your treatment stops, you no longer get the placebo. If the placebo, however, is a god, that one sticks with you for life. And it will influence the choices you make. It will influence your way of thinking. And it will definitely influence your morality. And all of that in a negative way. So no, don't go for Christianity. Don't go for any other religion. Be a skeptic. Check the facts. And come to the conclusion that pretty much every
100% agree,
person
Peter.
can come to. There's no God.
100% agree. Good.
I'm gonna
They
disagree.
can't all
because-
be right.
I'm gonna
They can't all
disagree
be
because it's
wrong.
Peter. I'm kidding.
And I am just gonna send a shout out.
Well,
Peter has his own
hold on.
channel.
Yeah, I want to address Midnight. You already said it earlier.
Oh come on,
right?
man! I'm just joshing you.
What did you say you were earlier?
Gay?
When you forgot that you were muted?
Retarded?
Exactly. So there's that.
Well, hey! I'd rather be retarded than a Dutchman. Okay, being a Dutchman is worse.
And I am just going to say, go check out Peter's channel. Gonna go for it. And then he also helps produce many awesome channels. We had Atheist Junior. I cannot send enough people
Amy, can I plug one more thing apart from my own channel? I recently became part of a magnificent group of people on the Politics Discord server. And so this Sunday, there's going to be another event. Usually they last for about 8 hours. This Sunday, I can't join from the start. I'll be joining in later, where we open it up to believers of any stripe. And the question is, can you convince us that a God exists? So on the panel, there are Jefferson Spatchcock, Tom Jump, J.L. Warren, Randolph Richardson, and a few others. It's a great group of people, and the conversations there are excellent. That's the only way I can put it. They're excellent. Randolph Richardson streams all of these live on his channel. So check out Randolph Richardson as well.
I do have to contact Taco, but I would like to actually get on that panel because I am a big fan of that show.
Awesome.
So go check that out. I know T-Jump streams it. I know Randolph Richardson streams it. I know it's on Discord and Taco runs it. So I just want to send love to all of those people. You should be checking out all those non-believers. And finally, of course, Aaron Roz, who runs a fantastic Quran study, which they are wrapping up.
And I do want to plug one of the panel members that a lot of people might not be familiar with, J.L. Warren. His channel is called Bridge the Divide. You need to check it out. You need to subscribe. He's got an awesome channel with awesome shows.
And so go check out all of those awesome non-believer content. But Peter, we are sending love to you because we are about to actually head into our after shows on Discord and sending love. Thank you for joining us as always.
Thank you for having me, Amy.
Thanks.
Always a pleasure.
And all right, before the pilots land the plane, I think Beamsy, we have been waiting patiently. We have been midnight ranting on Christianity versus atheism. What is for you? I think you said it right away as we were going, or you commented off of it's really not a true dichotomy with those two buckets, and yet it seems like it's hell or no hell in the eyes of Christians.
Well, I'm a Celt, and I'm going to stay a Celt. I like. Will you stop it, you furry demon? Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. We accept all fairy demons on the podcast.
Yes, well, as I was saying, I'm a Celt and therefore a pagan. Within that aspect, I follow the scientific method. If anyone does not follow the scientific method, that's where the issue arises. And that's sexist. Think about it. You said amen.
Oh, no, I said ramen.
Oh.
But close. I'll take amen, too. I'll take all the men that feel like coming. But I like to say ramen because as a Pastafarian, I like to, and as Mark was saying earlier, we like to touch his noodly appendage.
Ah, yes. Well, as well as the aspect of the morality we started to get into before it got massively sidetracked. That was actually pretty interesting with the aspect of what is the right way to go about it. Is a short-term delusion assisted towards the greater good if it helps their treatment, or is it actually a bad thing all over? That's where the argument should have gone, but not mentioning names, it got massively sidetracked.
Yeah, I know. Screw you. I always manage to
Zip it,
sidetrack.
Midnight, zip it.
I thought it was a great panel, and I'm just sending love to all of you. And thank you so very much, Beamsy.
I'll see you in the Discord.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo, that's right. We are going to be heading to the Discord, the link of which is in the description below. But James W., I will say I have only recently learned about Brett within the past few months, and then this really got brought to my attention. And you're right. I just couldn't. You could feel my blood pressure rising from the comments that he was making, and so I don't know, James. Are you convinced that Christianity is true, or are you still an atheist?
I think we're still got to go with atheism at this point because I don't think Brett was able to present any real argument as to why Christianity is better in any meaningful way. And I think overall it's demonstrated to be wishful thinking at best, delusion, fantasy, but in the more benign sense, but it can actually at times be harmful to people. And yeah, I'll have to go with reality on that one. So thanks everybody for coming along. Oh yeah, you guys see Gizmo. And yeah, we'll be back. I think we're taking tomorrow off, but we might be back Saturday. So stay tuned.
Woohoo! That's right. And thank you to our producer, Gizmo, who's like, all right, I've heard enough of this creationist nonsense.
He's losing his patience, yeah.
And I want to get it up there on the screen. I am going to get that debate because it was a fantastic debate between the 15-foot Hovind versus our own James W.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Check it out.
Who won the debate?
Yeah. Who won the debate, Amy?
You won the debate.
Well, I think I'm a little biased there. I mean,
I think
James
so,
had
too.
truth and reality on his side.
Well, so
Thanks, guys.
when I say he won the debate, I'm setting aside my bias because I've watched debates that people have had with Hovind, and I've seen him win.
Hovind.
This time he lost big time.
He doesn't win because he's right. He wins because a lot of times he's able to outmaneuver his opponent. He's done this like 300 times, so
he
knows
better
what he's
debater.
doing.
Yes,
Yeah.
He's the better debater, which
Bullshit
makes
artist.
your debate all the more special because you do not have the experience that he has, and you stumped him quite a few times. And so people who haven't seen it, watch that debate and learn from it.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the kind words. I appreciate it. And Peter also was helping me prepare for the debate, so thank you for that too.
And you did a stellar job. I can't say that often enough. I wish that people would go into a debate the way you went into it, be as prepared, and don't get sidetracked because COVID knows how to do that, and you didn't fall for it. Not a
He
single time.
does. He does, because he likes to throw things out there like, you guys think you came from a rock. Because if he could get the whole 20 minutes of the debate to be talking about rocks, that's great for him, because that's less time he's not talking about why he's got no evidence for his God, why there's so much evidence for evolution. Yeah.
Exactly. And you didn't fall for it. So
thank you so much, Peter.
And on that note, I hope you all had a fantastic time tonight. My last message before we close out. We are looking, as always, for YouTube mods, but very specifically Facebook and Twitch mods. So if you want to get active in the community, we just send us a message in the Discord and we will mod you up, which can be found at twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. I am sending love to all of you. What's that?
I said, is that a euphemism? Modding you up?
I hope so. It is now.
New tagline.
I hope you all had a fantastic Midnight Ranting Christianity versus Atheism. What's best for you? Where tonight we watched a video called Christianity versus Atheism. What's best for you? We like to stay on.
And while we did roast the manatee, we do want to make it clear that no actual manatees were harmed during the making of this video.
As much as he was crying, he was not actually harmed.
There you go.
But yes, where we had some sacrificial fun. Though I do want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guests Atheist Jr., Beamsy, Peter, Mark, ex-Hindu Atheists, Assembly of God, and Midnight Sparkle, as well as the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, fantastic viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please like, follow, or subscribe, because then you'll gain access to that bell icon, which once you hit to all, will send you reminders to see our premieres and join our live streams. Or hey, leave a comment once the video is done. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman. However, we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Or good morning.
Or good morning. Mwah.
All right.